Good morning, everyone. It is day 6 of IMTS 2022, and wait a minute. We're missing someone. Where's James? Charli, is James in there with you? He's not in there?
Is this thing on?
Hold on a second. Does anyone see James?
Oh, man, this is cool. Oh my gosh, man. This in here.
I hear him.
This is awesome, man. Look at all this equipment. This is crazy, man. Wow. Cool. Hey, what's up, guys? Oh my gosh. This is cool. Like the screens. This is crazy.
Hey, James.
What?
Don't touch that.
Hey, James.
What does that do?
James.
I can do.
James. What are you doing?
I'm just checking stuff out.
Okay, are you checking or interrupting? Like, let these guys do what they need to do. We got a show. Come on.
Well, let me know if you need me for anything. Okay.
We have things to do.
Oh my gosh, this is
Jeez.
oh my gosh.
Mic's off. Got it? Awesome. Live TV. Hey, everyone. Welcome back. You in there? You good? Got it? All right. We're here, day 6 at IMTS 2022. I know I'm not Mary. Mary, we miss you. I'm using the green microphone in honor of you. But day 6, we are all creators. Hashtag IMTS 2022. Hashtag we are all creators. Come swing by the creators booth. We got some great interviews coming up. Unfortunately, we don't have Wade, Fabian, or Mitch with us today, but we still got James and we still got Charli in the booth. So come over, come hear our interviews today. Let's get this show rocking. Hi, Charli. Hi, James. You guys ready to rock? Let's do it.
Yes. Woo! This is great.
All right. So, IMTS, day 6 on a Saturday. What are you two looking forward to?
Whoa.
What am I looking forward to? There's so much still to see, but I'm looking forward to the interviews today in the lounge. I've got Terry Iverson. He's one of those that came up in the industry, and then he came to become a writer, and he's like sharing stories and also like trying to just raise awareness for manufacturing. So I'm really excited about that. And then Jeremy over there with Edge Factor. I'm sure a lot of people know him, but I'm excited to bring him in here and just hear his story. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, he was actually down in the student summit, so a lot of people probably didn't see him, but he had a giant van down there with the big Edge Factor lettering on there, so it was great to see him here.
Right, and we both interviewed there, and so created videos for students so that they're actually going to go into schools. You know, I just think that's amazing.
That's exciting. How about you, James? What are you looking forward to today?
Well, I'm excited about that too. Just getting our next generation of manufacturers in the pipeline. And I ran into, Jeremy and his crew working on Manufacturing Day, and when we built the brand and launched it. So they have done a great job with that and so many other things. I'm excited actually about our run of show. I've been looking at our run of show, and it's really cool because we have a lot of cool stuff. Scott LaPrade, applications and tech sales at Gen Swiss. Emma Betters, and now Meaghan, you're going to join me for that. I'm excited. Oak Ridge National Labs, that's some serious stuff going on over there.
They do a lot of good things for the industry, and if you haven't caught their booth, it's in the South Hall. I don't remember what booth number it is, but it's all the way against the wall to the left in the South Hall. Go check it out. They actually 3D printed the outer shell of a machine and then filled it with concrete, so hopefully we can talk to her a little bit more about that during our interview. But, speaking of the show, James, I'm going to let you start first.
Yeah.
What has been, like, your most memorable thing so far?
It's
been a long week.
It's been a long week, but it's been, again, I think I keep saying it's been the people. It's just been the people. It's just like, technology here, people like, in the stratosphere, there, and just the connections, the Creators Lounge, and just organic connections, things that are, just unexpected happening. And I think the way I put it is, here we're just finding a friend around every bend of the show.
Yeah.
And so that's really been the best part of it. There's just, who do you mention? What do you mention? There's just so much.
What about you, Charli?
Yeah, I'm still like living on that child that came by and like jumped up and wanted to be filmed and on camera and say, I want to be an engineer,
Sailor, yep.
So good. And then the other thing, I guess, just as far as moments, it's just watching everybody develop and grow. This team has been amazing to watch, and the opportunities that y'all have created with the lounge. Well done, team.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things from other people who are like, this is such a cool concept. Like, it's really cool. Like, how do we get involved? How can I share my story? So really great job to you, James, and your team. They've been really fun to hang out with. You guys are a blast. You did a really good job selecting Mary as the host. We miss her today, but what are your hopes for the next IMTS? What sort of things are you looking forward to?
Oh my God, I'm so excited about this, and just a minor correction. It's us. We're the whole team. It's the influencers. It's all the creators. It's all the manufacturing stories that we've been hearing that we're here, today to do. It's the Industrial Studios team. It's Mavens of Manufacturing. It's empowering, it's empowering industry, empowering women. It's Mitch Free and Free Thinking and, Tooling Up Show. It's Fabian Alefeld, and it's Scott MacKenzie Industrial Talk, and it's Wade Anderson. All of these great personalities coming in, whether it's Shop Matters, Industrial Talk, Additive Snack, Tooling Up, all of these great shows, and all these other creators, whether it's Manufacturing Happy Hour or it's the Automation Ladies, or correct? So there's just so many. I think that this time, 2 years from now, you're going to see so many influencers and creators telling their manufacturing story. So that's where I see this being just such a special thing moving forward.
Yeah, it was really neat this morning when we were, getting ready to come into the lounge, and people are walking by and they stop and talk and say, we've seen this all week, and now I just want to talk to you because I'm a creator, and I have, it's not just a creator, which he was. He also, really had a lot of just cool stories of things he's done, from space to manufacturing to robots is what he's working on now, and just meeting those people has been so exciting. And I think what you're saying is true. Like, this is just the beginning. They are walking by, they're seeing what we're doing here, and they're like, wonderful, because I have a story to tell that I think that we really need to get out there. So I'm excited to see what happens next too.
So I know that you said you did really just spending most of your time here in the South Hall and didn't really get a chance to explore. So what are your plans for today? I know you got 2 interviews coming up later this afternoon. Are you hoping to get out to the other floors? Are you going to do that, or?
Yeah, I'm really hoping. It's just been, there's just so much to see, and for me, I think so think about it this way. I'll be very honest, like, probably won't get out to the extent I want to. But I really just empathize with every one of these folks that have made a major investment away from their families to design, years in the making, some of these exhibitions. Mm-hmm. And they've literally had to stay to their, within the 4 corners of their space. And that for me is okay. You can have a great experience. And so as you look at these, over 2,000 exhibitors, there's just so many great experiences and places to be. It's okay if you're doing your thing, because that's part of the experience. So for me, I'm gonna hang out here a little bit, and because also I'm getting a little sad.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna miss you guys. I'm really we boo-hoo-hooing. Just real quick too, I want to just give a shout out to Jim Olin, who's been our fearless, leader of Industrial Studios. He got strep, tested negative, for COVID, but man, it was like a month straight worth of plus of hard work, late nights, and this type of production at this level is so challenging that finally he just said, hey, you guys got this. And, we're here, together just making it happen. So, we're happy to be here.
He's a lot of fun to hang out with. Charli, what about you? What is something that you are kind of disappointed you didn't get a chance to see, or what are you going to try to get to see today?
Yeah, so first thing before the show opened, I went over to the West building because I love the 3D printing and the additive manufacturing, because I guess I can see that in the pump industry very clearly, my background of all the different parts and things that can happen. And so I did that before, but I'd like to go back over there and spend some time. I also would like to get down and see the students a little bit more, the students area, because it's just energizing. I mean, just walking in, I got to walk and listen with some students and said that they were here 4 years ago and they're excited to be back. And so that really is rewarding. And I know that energy is going to be so good. So after my talk with Jeremy, I think I'll follow him back down to the student center.
That's awesome. We actually had 4 different girls walk by the creators booth and wave at us. And then they came back around and I was able to give them Mavens wristbands and told them, I was like, if you need to be connected to anyone, if you need a mentor or whatever, reach out to any one of us and we'll help you get connected. They were all from the Illinois area. So I was like, if you want to do a facility tour, let me know. I'll connect you with the factory. And I'm like, get on LinkedIn because that's where these people are going to be. And I'm like, they're too old to know how to do all the cool stuff like you guys know how to do. So
yes, help us. We need you.
So you did connect it. So they went like this, we'll see you, we'll come around.
Yeah,
so you
they
did
came
connect?
back around and they stopped
gosh.
right there and I got all of their names and they scanned my business card because I have a digital business card. So my contact information is in their phone. I told them to get on LinkedIn, follow me on LinkedIn. I said I have a TikTok channel, but it's not as creative as any of what they're doing. But yeah, they want to join this sector. They want to be inspired, and in order for us, I think, to keep them excited about it, we have to nurture those curiosity feelings.
So if you don't mind, part of when we created this, for a creator to come in or a brand that's, telling their manufacturing story, the promise was unapologetically self-promote what you're doing. It's not like the X5000 does this and this many cycles and blah, 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 blah. And there was some of that, but the best part of this was really when we heard the human side of the story and how things developed. And because it really, everything we do touches people. I want to give you guys an opportunity to unapologetically self-promote what you're doing for women in manufacturing. Sorry, because I think there's just so much, and we really haven't had the Charli commercial and the Meaghan commercial. And it's not about self-promotion. It's promotion because you're doing things to affect change for the better. So would you just kind of give everyone who's listening and watching just really the rundown of all these amazing things that you're doing and where they can find you? And
yeah. So for those who don't know me, I'm actually a tech writer, which doesn't come up a lot. They find this out much later in the conversations when they meet me through Mavens and manufacturing. They're like, we didn't know you could write. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's what I've been doing for a really long time. I actually have a master's degree in it, which really surprises people too.
I love that.
I can't achieve a master's or something, but yeah, spent a lot of time in school getting educated in technical writing, and then started out as an editor at a trade publication. Well, it's the last day and I'm really tripping up, but that's okay. I'm going to make it. I'm going to pull through.
It's because you're talking about yourself. And we all know when you start talking about ourselves, it's the hardest thing to do. So that's why we are bringing it in and letting you know it's okay to brag about yourself.
So that's where I really fell in love with engineering and manufacturing. So the focus on the publication was design concept through creation, production, and distribution. So we followed it all the way from point A to point B, and we were able to interview so many different types of people, from the shop floor all the way to C-suite, different products, some products that people never even heard of, and why their importance mattered in these bigger applications that they were being put into. And I tried to step away from the industry and go into higher education and market for higher education, got really bored. So I came back to the sector, worked with a couple different companies in their marketing department and helped develop their brand story, because it was still around the time where manufacturers really didn't know how to talk about themselves in a human-to-human way.
They still don't.
They don't. They're right. A lot of them still don't. So did that for a few years, and then a few years right before the pandemic, my husband and I had 2 kids, so I was like, I really want to be able to stay home and just hang out with my kids whenever I want, pick my own hours. So do you care if I start ZYCI Solutions, which is my writing company? He's like, no, sure, do it, Well, then he ended up losing his job. So I had to go back to the corporate world, and I was actually a COVID hire because COVID blessed us with its presence and everybody shut down. But this manufacturer was making some of the components in the ventilators. So they were able to keep their production cycle up. And I started writing some of their pages for their website, some of their social media posts. And I decided in the meantime I wanted to start Mavens of Manufacturing, because all these LinkedIn conversations were happening, and I didn't see any of the women that I met during my trade publications day being featured on any of the conversations. And I would suggest them to the host as guests. Oh yeah, we'll call them. And then they never called them. So I was like, well, screw it. And after some encouragement from one of my friends, he was just like, you should just do it. Just jump. Because we were talking about skydiving and how I went skydiving. He's like, just jump, just do it. So I made an announcement, and I had like 30 women contact me right away after I made my initial announcement. And they wanted to be on Maven. So I just fast forwarded. My first episode is so terrible. Like, all of the technical stuff that happened. But my friend who just told me to jump, he's like, try to be 1% better the next day than you were the day before. And he's like, if you can continue just building that momentum up, he's like, you can never say, well, I didn't improve today, because you're only doing it in small increments. Yeah. So I started Mavens, knew about Andrew Crow from a previous company that I worked for. So I reached out to him and I said, hey, do you have any girl students in your classes? Because I know you're a tech teacher. And he goes, I actually have one. And I was like, can you bring her on to Mavens? So he actually came on to Mavens with his student. It was actually her boyfriend. He tried recruiting, and she's the one that showed up at the class. Wow. So I was like, okay. So then Andrew and I kept having these conversations. So then I was like, well, I want to do this tour in my hometown. Can you be the keynote speaker? And initially I wanted it to be a face-to-face tour, but again, COVID was a pain in everybody's rear. It ended up changing to a virtual event. He still came out on his own accord, and we did it at the Beloit Memorial High School. The students that came here on Wednesday, we did it at their high school, and to see these students cry when they heard his story, and then have them come up to me and say, thank you for doing this for us. Why did you do this for us? Why do you care? Why is this important to you? Like, they were asking this from myself and from Andrew. We then knew that we need to keep doing this. So Andrew and I have been collaborating, and he's been spearheading the new manufacturing Renaissance tour. And he's just, to see his growth has been really great to see for me, because he had lack of confidence when he first started out. And I was just like, you cannot quit. And there's been times where I'm like, I can't do Mavens anymore because I'm getting so overwhelmed and I'm so busy. But one of my friends, it was Allie actually, who came here. Oh, yeah. And she's like, you cannot quit this. If you quit this, I'm going to be so mad at you. I'm going to stop talking to you. And I'm like, why? What's the big deal? And she's like, so many women rely on you to inspire them and encourage them to keep going. And she's like, if you quit, you're letting a bunch of people down. And that hit me hard in my heart. So I was like, well, I guess I got to keep going. So I'm now getting more involved with like getting younger students involved, especially girls, because there's still those misconceptions where they think they don't think this is a place for them, and they don't have the confidence to like power through. Because when you start looking at each individual community, it's usually like 30 students to a class. There might be 4 girls out of those 30 students.
That's amazing. So,
Yeah.
oh man, I'm just in awe. Charli.
I know.
How do you top?
What do I do? That's
do a
that's
lot.
the thing, right? Is I told this earlier in the week. My favorite moment was watching Meaghan up there on that main stage with Andrew, and the energy and the moment. It was just phenomenal. So you are inspiring us all. I cannot believe you've been doing this like less than 2 years.
Yeah.
I am blown away right now. I started my podcast in the pandemic too because we had more time. We weren't on the go quite so much. So it's the Empowering Industry podcast. I can't believe haven't had you on yet. We've got to fix that. But we did as a group. So I'll give myself a pass there. But we created Empowering Women in Industry, and that was because similar story. We were in the pump industry, and we were bringing women together. And then I kind of had to step away a little while. Like, had to focus on the basics, right, and get my business put together during that time. And they called me and were like, "We missed our leader," and I was like, "Whoa, leader? How did that happen?" And I was like, "Okay, I guess I am. I guess I'm the leader. I need to learn what leadership is." And so I went and took all these courses and really just tried to level up for them, right? So it's being there because we don't want anybody to be the only in the room. I don't want you
Right.
to not have support that you need, and so we're going to be there for anyone in the manufacturing field, really. Anybody who wants to develop and kind of take that career to the next level, we want to be there for them, from students on, and we want to make sure that manufacturing has what it needs. It has the skilled workers that they need to run their plants, right? So we talk a lot about that with Empowering Pumps and Equipment. The equipment side and the people has always been what we've tried to focus on, right? So we do the Industry Person of the Week. We highlight people all the time there at Empowering Pumps. And then the podcast itself, let me put all these pieces together, right? Just storytelling, which I love, right? To be a storyteller is really like, I get to ask you questions and then you get to go, right? And I get to just dive in and learn everything I can about you. So that's really what I enjoy about doing the podcast and getting to meet people like you both. Yeah.
Well, you're having a big event.
Yes. Yes.
So like, come on.
Okay, so I've had a whirlwind tour, right? So I've been at IMTS this week. I left. I flew out to the Pump Symposium. They call it TPS. And then I met with women of ASPE, women of TPS this week. And then being back here today and just really seeing these amazing manufacturers. And really, I get to be that, I guess, connector and see like this industry and this industry is facing the same problems, and I get to talk about it and bring people in. So I've just loved that part. Is just, hey, use me up, right? Use my face or whatever when I'm not here, but just so that you're comfortable enough to share your story. That's what I want to make. Open the table for people.
But you're having Empowering Women event too.
I've had an Empowering Women event, not here, but we are October the 13th in New Orleans. We are working on that, and so that's been a challenge, right? We were working on like the graphics and everything this week, and my team is great, so I just shout out to my team if they're listening. But yeah, Empowering Women in Industry. It's New Orleans. It follows WFTech, which is a water wastewater conference. On October 13th. And yeah, I can't wait to see the energy, see those women talking from a welder to a engineer to operator, just so many women across industry coming up to level up, right? They want to learn those leadership development skills. They want to have access to other people in the industry. And so, yeah, it's really rewarding to be able to do that.
And awarding, because you give out. So what's
That's
the
right.
award that you give out?
We give out, there's about 12, but I do I get to pick the Empowering Women of the Year. So that's always fun. But they vote on it as our committee. Engineer, operator, tradesperson, leadership in manufacturing, leadership in STEM. We give out a whole lot of awards. That's a lot of fun. And then we have an industry fashion show. So that is awesome. Hard hats, high heels.
You should get in touch with Xena Workwear if you haven't yet, because she's fabulous and she makes steel-toed fashion shoes for the factory floor, so women can still be fashionable while they're touring facility floors, especially if they're in operations.
Yes, and we have Juno Jones as our sponsor, so they can come and kind of like show off both of the brands and see who likes what. I like this, kind of, level up the competition here. But then, the safety glasses, the, hard hat, there's so many different brands, the vests that you have to have that are designed for a woman's body. We found so much that they just don't have, you don't have the gloves that fit. They don't have, when you're not,
Because they're all bulky.
yeah, you're not dressed.
We're talking
for
fashion here.
I know. Well, if you're not dressed for success, you can't do your job
Well,
right.
and it's completely different with women in the industry. It's completely different.
So true. Like industrial, we worked with Red Cap, one of the big workwear brands, and I can't tell you, having done a campaign for workwear specifically made for women, in shops and oil places, you go get your oil changed, and it's just crazy to think that wasn't even a thing. So
Yeah, we haven't. Yeah, we didn't even
crazy.
think about it. We didn't even think that there needed to be. And I worked with these water operators with WFTEC's Operations Challenge, and they did the Charli's Angels group. It was the first all women's operating team. And what I learned was that they have these challenges that they can't get the things that they need to be successful at work. And so that took it up a notch, right?
Yeah.
It set me into gear of, okay, we're going to bring some attention to this.
Well, that's exciting. Make sure you send me some stuff so I can push that out for you, because I want that
I'm
to
going
be
to
a
have to
great
bring
event.
Meaghan. Can you make it? You can bring your kids too. My daughter's coming.
Ooh, maybe. My daughter would love to come. If she's not in final week, though. That's October, so they might be in final week. But
I may even make it out there.
Yes,
You'll have me.
yes, absolutely. Men can come. We have the gala and the fashion show, and it's just a lot of fun.
that would be awesome. Well, we got to get our day started. It's the last day.
Oh, stop.
It's the last day. We got Charli coming up with Terry Iverson, who is the president and CEO at Iverson and Company. So stay tuned. We got a great lineup today for day 6 here at IMTS 2022. Make sure to follow hashtag We Are All Creators. See you guys in a minute.
Hey, everybody, and welcome to the Empowering Industry Podcast, live from IMTS. I am so excited to be here yet again in the lounge. It's just got good energy. You know, people walk by, and it's just so much fun to see, yes, the equipment here, but to hear these stories. We've been sharing manufacturing stories. So today I have Terry Iverson with me. He has quite the story to tell you as well. And so, Terry, this is what it's about you today. I want to hear a little bit about your background and how you got into the industry. And so I'm going to toss it to you now. Just introduce yourself.
Okay, my name's Terry Iverson. This is my 42nd year in the industry. It's probably somewhere around my 20th show. And got into the industry through my family. My family, in about 3 years, will celebrate 100 years in manufacturing.
Awesome. Congratulations. Wow.
Thank you. My father asked me into the industry in 1980. And actually, my father just passed about a year ago, so we actually have a scholarship, a memorial scholarship in his name.
That's beautiful, and I know that he would be proud, and you know he is. I love that, thinking of that. Now he gets to kind of see you in action, and so he's with us today, and I know that you're going to continue that legacy. Is what it sounds like. So wonderful. Okay, so tell us a little bit about what you do in manufacturing, though. Like what You were a family business, so you had to do a lot of different things, I'm sure. But what was your task there?
Well, when I first started with my dad, first I started with my uncle. Both my uncles had machine shops. One was in Wisconsin and one was in Illinois. So I started with my uncle early in as a young man, newly married as a couple, newly married couple. And then my dad asked me into machine tool distribution. So our distributorship, initially as a manufacturer's rep, started in 1931. So he invited me into the company to sell machine tools. So we sold very accurate lathes primarily and work holding. And so I was in Wisconsin for the first 5 years. And then about 1985, he said, you really should move down to Chicago, which of course I was originally born in Chicago, but grew up in Florida. And so moved down to Chicago, and big culture shock mostly for my wife, who wasn't used to the big city as much. And so then was just very fortunate to work with and call on some of the most amazing manufacturing companies in the country.
So that's how you got to see so many manufacturers. You're going in to sell them the tools, so that you get to walk the plant and fall in love with it, basically, in a different kind of way. Probably every time you went into another shop, I know that is how it is for me. Every time I go to a plant tour, I'm just like, this is the greatest thing. I didn't realize all this went into creating, the goods and services, right, that are out there for us.
Absolutely. One of my grandsons is always says today's the best day ever, and that's how I feel every day I go into a manufacturing company. It's the best day ever because I get to see something new and exciting, and hopefully can tell more young people about our industry.
Yeah, and that's what you're doing. So fast forward a couple years, we'll say, in the industry, and then you became an advocate. You decided, okay, I'm going to get a book out there. I'm going to spend the time to create that. Tell us a little bit about how that process went for you.
The process, I started doing a deep dive in the early to mid 90s into technical education. Harry Mosier has been someone who's inspired me tremendously. He came from the machine tool industry. I came from the machine tool industry. So he asked me to speak at local high schools initially. So over the course of time, that gravitated to calling on more high schools, community colleges, technical colleges, selling equipment to them, speaking to young people. I got on dozens of advisory boards at both levels. Got involved nationally with Brian Albrecht out in Washington, D.C., and Marilyn Barger down in Florida. And so consequently, I was actually on a flight to Taiwan. I've only been to Taiwan once. And my daughter at the time worked with us. And so I just started writing. And I thought, if I leave this earth at some point, which I will obviously, hopefully a long time from now, it would be a shame to leave all these connections and all these ideas and concepts and knowledge, in my head.
Right.
And so I started putting them down. And in 2018 at IMTS, I introduced Finding America's Greatest Champion. And the subtitle I'm probably as proud of as anything, and that is Building Prosperity Through Manufacturing, Mentoring, and the Awesome Responsibility of Parenting. So that gives you a little bit of an idea. And next month I'll publish my second book.
Yes, and I want to hear about that. But I want to stay just for a minute, because creating that, advocacy for manufacturing and really with a mission, right? And we want to educate people. We want to make sure that they, like you said, have the knowledge that's in all of our minds and access to that. And so I think that the first book, right, that was your passion. Let me get all this out here. And so what's the next book about?
Well, first of all, the one thing I probably left out is in 2013 I started the organization named Champion Now. And Champion is change how American manufacturing is perceived in our nation. The now is the call to action, so it's the longest acronym ever. So you'll find the word champion in somehow related in each book that I end up writing. But the next book
That's because you're a champion.
I believe there's a champion in every young person, so I don't necessarily, I try to represent that term, but I think every young person is a champion.
I love it.
And so the second book, which I started a while back, is more, my first book was to the, all four audiences: students, parents, educators, and industry. This book's a little bit unique in that it's just to students and parents. And so what I have is a double-faced book. There's covers on both sides, so they're 180 degrees from each other. And so the student reads in halfway, and then there's questions to ask their parents, and then the parent reads in halfway from the other side, and there's questions for the parents to ask the students. And then I'm going to try to make sure that I have QR codes so that if someone like myself who has a tough time, staying focused, they can go to a digital video of some sort relating to the book.
Yeah, and that's what got my attention early on, was you were creating videos to go with your promotion. And so many people need that in order to learn, like you said. A lot of the times, it's been really cool to kind of interact with, the hands-on equipment and everything. But the other thing is, I just forgot, what I'd learned. And so to have that video that you can go back and see it again and refresh your mind, I think that is a great tool for these children and their parents. And so I love how they're separated out, because sometimes, students and parents are on different sides of the spectrum, right? And so tell us a little about what you've learned in your research and creating these. What can you tell us is the need that's out there?
Well, I think the need that's very well known is that there's so many young people that are spending their parents' money or student loans, and I just find that to be a travesty in our society. And the other side of the coin that everyone knows is that parents are thinking that the only ticket to success is a 4-year degree, and that's just not true anymore. And so the message that I try to propagate in the book is communicating early in the game, hopefully in 8th grade, 9th grade, so it's soon enough. But allow the student to develop a passion and understand what their talents and skills are, and then ask almost for permission not to go to a 4-year university. When you do the numbers and do the research, there's only about 13% of our youth that are actually using the degree, either going to college, finishing college, or using the degree that they get in college. So,
guilty as charged.
Yeah, no, most people I talk to, it's more frequent that exactly the same. So that being said, I'm trying to, really give young people permission to ask their parents, can I follow this path? Give parents permission to understand that it's a profitable long-term solution for their child, and then engage dialogue between the two of them, which unfortunately doesn't happen often enough.
Yeah, and I also love this, where you can go and you can start working in some of these technical fields, and then, you can level up and go back to school and get a degree if that's, you find that this is your specialty, if you wanted to do that, right? There's other options. So I just don't want people to think, okay, if you don't go to college, right out the gate, then you can never, or if you don't go to college, you're not successful, right? Or if, you change your mind, it's not a deal breaker, right? So It's like, just introduce your child to these different ways of work and let them pick, let them, have joy in their life, right? And do the things that they're like, this is really cool. I want to do this. And I know that we've seen so much of that in manufacturing, and that's what gets us going. That's what, keeps me telling stories, is because this is an amazing, just industry to be in. Manufacturing in general is amazing, and we can't live without the stuff that's being manufactured. So,
right.
Yeah, and literally, right? There's so many things in the health industry too that are manufactured.
Oh yeah.
And so the sky's the limit there. And what do you see? Okay, we're going to publish this book. You're going to send it out into schools. Next level, what do you hope to see from people reading the book and engaging? What's the kind of legacy that you want to see happen?
Well, I think, there's two components of this. One, I'm very fortunate to be in an industry that's been very good to me and my family, many family members, and so I feel that it's only appropriate to give back. But so if we can start filling these, job openings in the industry, then I feel, I'd be, grateful to be a small part of that. But on the other side of the coin, you have these young people that get into college and maybe they shouldn't be there in the first place. You have them going into debt, which is just absolutely.
Or their parents going into debt, like you said, right? Either one. Somebody's going into debt, and they're just figuring it out.
Yeah, and I don't think that necessarily. One of the statistic or facts I just saw that a friend of mine texted me was that General Motors is now eliminating the 4-year degree as a requirement. So if that isn't, indicative of what is going to be happening, then I don't know what is. But the fact that young people, I think the latest generation, they're getting a late start because they're going down a path that really isn't necessarily focused. In Europe, they get so much more clarity early in the game because their culture is just different than ours. So, to see 26, 27-year-old young people not establish a career, not know what they want, they're starting families later, they're, buying homes later, they're, buying cars later, and, and they may not even be passionate about what they're doing.
Right.
And I've been very lucky. My skill set suits what I've done all these years. My interpersonal communication needs, not necessarily talents maybe, but needs, matches what I've done all these years. And being an advocate for manufacturing, I feel, is an obligation that I need to be. Yeah,
you stepped into that leadership role, took responsibility, and you're going to be that champion for manufacturing and see the champion in all of us. I love that. I do want to see, you brought us a couple things with you. Can you tell me a little bit about this?
Well, the first thing I'll say is that our Champion Now organization down at the Student Summit, we're actually making on a tabletop CNC a pen case. And pens.
That is cool.
So we're
so y'all made those pens?
We did. We made the case out of wood, of course, on the CNC mill, which we have tabletop CNC mills that we brand that are made for us. And then we, the people at Schmidt, laser engravers, consigned a laser engraver for us, so we engraved the name tag. And then we have a CNC lathe, tabletop lathe, that makes the 2 segments out of wood for the pens. So that's what we've been doing down at Student Summit, and George, who works for me, George McCorley, and my wife Kathy have been handing these out and making those for the whole show.
How cool. Hopefully they can see it. I don't really know which camera to point this at, so let's just point it around. I don't know. Okay, so that's awesome. We can go and check that out at your booth.
Yes.
There's a booth here?
Yes.
Okay, what else you got?
Okay, so the other thing is Dennis Spaeth is the owner of Cutting Tool Engineering Magazine. And during COVID, we had talked about, trying to do something together since everyone was shut in, basically. So we started producing videos about manufacturing, pretty basic, but yet in some cases pretty involved. And so at the end of the day, so to speak, we had about 4.5 hours of videos. So we call that CNC Rocks. That's a term that I trademarked, actually. And here on the front cover, Dennis agreed to show our tabletop CNCs and 2 of our 7 grandchildren. And so
How proud. I mean, that's on the coffee table for sure.
yeah, no, I mean, I'm very proud. I had banners made, and one's in Cutting Tool Engineering Magazine's booth, one's in our booth. And this is my daughter Lindsay's children and her husband, Jason. And so basically, in my 42 years, I have never seen two young people on the front cover of a metal cutting magazine. And so kudos to Dennis for taking the leadership role.
I absolutely love that.
But you can find this on their website, and we reprinted it. But this shows us doing the videos together, and the videos are just intended basically to augment curriculum, so that when an instructor, it's a subscription model. It's like $500 a year, and right now it's at 4.5 hours in total, 22 videos, so they're real short. People like me can focus on them. And so we're excited about that, and we think that there's a need for it. And Dennis has done all the videotape and all the editing, so the man's awesome. So I mean, I owe a lot to him.
Well, y'all are all awesome. I am tearing up in here a little bit because you're right. When we have that leadership position and we can use that to really advocate for the industry and for young people, and I always used my family too early on. I'd take pictures of them and send them out to my clients and stuff, but this is next level. This is being able to do that, and so it's a family affair. That it's been great for your family.
It has.
Being able to tell that story. Where can people find you if they want to engage with you? I mean, yes, at IMTS at the show, but how do they get in touch with you?
Well, there's a number of different ways. I mean, our Iverson and Company website is iversonandco.com, and my email address is first initial last name tiverson@iversonandco.com. But more importantly, I think people will go to championnow.org. In championnow.org, you'll find all sorts of podcasts, one that you and I did before. You'll find written articles. You'll find both books, actually. You'll find a 19-minute video sample on the videos that Dennis and I did. And there's just a lot of information. Now, having said that, my goal is to have 4 separate segments to the website. So if you're a student, you go to one part. If you're a parent, you go to another. If you're an industry member, you go to another part of the site. And if you're an educator, you go to another part of the site. But that's for days and months ahead.
Well, you have shown us what manufacturers can do, what industry can do, and we created these resources. Everyone can join in and do this for their individual company, but you've created it. You've become that champion, and so I can't wait to share this. It's live streaming now, but to be able to share this and go just celebrate our manufacturing and be a champion of all the great work that's happening today and that will happen in the future.
Yeah, the only thing I would like to put out there is that with Manufacturing Day coming, these are resources that I feel are ideal for Manufacturing Day. So if you're doing a plant tour and you have people coming through, buy a book to give away or buy a case of books to give away, have the video playing when people come in, and that's what it's all about, is conveying the information. And what I tell all young people, I say, look, if this is not for you, that's okay. But what's not okay is for our industry not to be advocates and not to let young people know that it exists.
That's right.
Because young people aren't making a conscious decision not to. They just don't know about it.
Yeah, that's such great advice. And so if there are young people out there watching this, Manufacturing Days in October, it's the full month of October. We are all about manufacturing. So looking forward to that. And definitely we'll be tagging your stuff, sending that out. So thank you, Terry, for being here and sharing your story. It's amazing. And for being the champion for us. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Good job.
We good?
Yes.
All right.
And we're back. Thank you, Charli. That was such a great interview. One of the key things that made my ears perk up is that GM is eliminating the 4-year degree as a requirement. And I think that's such a fantastic idea because it's not about your certification sometimes in this sector. It's about the experience, the hands-on experience that you have. And you don't necessarily need that 4-year degree to be great at manufacturing or engineering. Next up, we got Charli again, and she is going to be interviewing Jeremy Bout. He is the founder and president at Edge Factor. If you haven't been down at the Smart Force Center in the North Hall. Make sure you go down there because that's the Student Summit. And Jeremy has been doing a great job developing interviews, teaching kids how to dress for success and just be overall successful. So tune in and we'll be right back at you.
Said I'm all about it. Yeah, I'm all about it. Said I'm all about it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Said I'm all about it. Yeah, I'm all about it. Said I'm all about it. Yeah, 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 yeah,
yeah. It's your job.
Yeah, well, welcome everybody back to the Empowering Industry podcast here live from IMTS. I'm excited to be here with you, Jeremy. We're going to go into who you are and what you do, but first, y'all, if you're not paying attention now, stop, look, listen, because he's got a lot of amazing information that he's going to share with us today. Introduce yourself, Jeremy.
You know, it is really fun to be sitting in this space. I have crisscrossed this hallway so many times throughout my life because IMTS was one of the first places I came that blew my mind as a young person coming into manufacturing. So I'm a big advocate of manufacturing. I am a manufacturer turned filmmaker, and I'm the CEO of Edge Factor, and very, very excited to spend a few minutes with you talking about that.
Well, yeah, and I got to spend a little time with your team this week. I got to go over there and make a video for children, which was amazing. I feel like I just stretched so much this week, and you're a part of that. But how do you go from manufacturing to filmmaker to bringing a bus to IMTS?
You know, it's honestly pretty simple, actually, because when you get into manufacturing as a young person and you prove that you can problem solve and that you can think on your feet and you can use technology to change the world, you make good money. It's that simple. And I made really good money as a young person in the industry. I loved music. We wrote music as a family. I played guitar. And I'm like, I'm spending money in music studios. Why don't I just buy my own? Because I got the money to do it. And so I bought a recording studio, put it in my basement of my house. I started this little thing called Underhouse Studio. It was kind of, whatever, right?
Very
Super
hip,
fun.
yes.
And started having bands come in. And I was learning stuff. And the reality was, it was the video side of it that I realized really gravitated towards. And then I started paying attention to the fact that, one day when we were in manufacturing, we were reverse engineering something that had to go on a Harley Davidson motorcycle. And then we were building weirdly kind of creepy cadaver lab drills. We had to create this, and how do we mass produce it? And we're all getting our minds going around how soft steel we could do this, and then laser on that, and we're problem solving. And I'm looking around thinking, this is fascinating. My team gets to interact with so many amazing things, and it's completely hidden to the world.
Right.
So how do I take what I'm learning because problem solving is the root of everything, right?
Yes.
How do I problem solve a solution to, I want more people to know that manufacturing and the problem solving skills that I have are actually not mine, but there's this industry of people that do great things. And so that's when we started to look at, in fact, I first pitched to my uncle. Back in the day, I worked for my uncle. I pitched to the guy I was working for at the time in Sanborn, New York. Could we carve out a piece of our shop and I'll do this problem-solving show with my coworkers? And honestly, he was very supportive, but he recognized that was likely going to cause a few problems for our company. Right. Surprise, surprise. But anyway, that was where it started.
You taught yourself. I think this is something that we need to share, because you were video and kind of for music, but this is a little bit different to record and edit and all of that for manufacturing, capturing the details and everything. And so you kind of prove it to them as well that you could do this, right? Totally.
And I think that for me was where if you've worked in a company long enough, if you want to do big things, you pretty much can't do it alone.
That's right.
Right? You need a team. So for me, that's where I started building a team around me almost immediately. When I came up with the idea, I was able to pretty early on get flexibility with my boss. I wrote the idea for the show out, and I sent it to a guy actually that some of you might know, Travis Egan.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I sent it to Travis. I sent it to a few other people. Travis called me back and he said, I think that's a really good idea. And so he changed my life when he responded to me in that way, because I then started to pull in some of the people I was working with, built a team, and we in 2010 had a 3D experience of waves coming over the boat, filming with a camera rig that we made on our CNC machines, developed in our CAM software, and ultimately brought that experience here to IMTS. And that then once again changed my life, because I had so many people share that passion with me. They're like, you are making our industry accessible to a grandparent or a parent that maybe they don't understand what these machines do, but they definitely understand that your film spoke to them about the human element. Yes. And that's what I think makes Edge Factor really unique. We make films and content that really transcend generations. You can have a grandpa, grandmother, a mother, a father, a guardian sitting with their grade 8 student, and I almost guarantee you they're going to all walk away and say, that was actually pretty cool. I could see myself in that industry.
Well, that's the thing. You've made it entertaining. And I think that is key. We've talked a little bit about that in the lounge, all right, this week, about creating content that people can absorb, right? And it has to be entertaining. It has to be good quality.
Yeah.
I think that we can tune out okay, this is what the equipment does, and if you don't make it engaging for the human, the student. I mean, that's completely different from a parent and grandparent to a student and keeping their attention.
Totally.
And your team, tell me a little bit about your team and how you brought that team together.
You know, I'm not 100% sure how I did that. I'm just so thankful for so many people. I've had people now with me almost since day one. There's my vice president, Larissa. A lot of people know her. She's often the face of things. They meet her. They're like, who cares about Jeremy? I just want to talk to Larissa. One, because they know she cares. She does what she said she was going to do. That means a lot to people. She's stood the test of time. She's been with me, but she's also been very faithful in guarding the vision for Edge Factor. And what is that? That is helping a student find their giftings and to put them in the best possible place to succeed. And I can tell you, there's a few different rules with Edge Factor. Larissa embodies that, but then you start to talk about my ops manager, Nikki. She's like unbelievable. I only get half of what I get done because she like kicks me in the rear end to make sure it goes. But I have a lot of people in my life, almost 30 of us now that are working on Edge Factor, but we have gravitated into becoming a software company in addition to content because we developed our own distribution.
Right, and you had to do that because you were creating and producing so many things that you need to be able to store it a certain way, get everybody access to those materials. So what does that look like?
So for me, the team that had to come around me, we recognized that if we were going to get a student interested in manufacturing and almost debunk what was becoming a bit of a problem for me, I was getting so many educators that came and said, I use your content for every manufacturing day event I do. Or, wow, our kids are so excited, what's next? That's an honor. That's a privilege. Somebody gave me a gift that I actually somehow was able to inspire them. But it left me recognizing that if the journey doesn't continue, that I don't actually have truly a solution to getting more students into the industry. And so the software component for me was a really big deal because we recognized that if we could move somebody from inspiration to exploration, start preparing them, that's preparation. Ultimately, the fourth stage of this is connection. I need to connect them to the regional company that does what they are learning about within their own community, because economic development would be like, rah, that's awesome. You just inspired my kids, but I don't want them to go to California because they can, or maybe they're in California. I don't want them to go to New York City or to
Alabama.
Wherever it is, Alabama. Yeah. Well, actually, Alabama does want them, but anyway, we all want those kids.
I'm from Alabama. That's why I said that.
But that's ultimately right. What we need to do is, so that's been the software elements allowing me to introduce students with information about this pathway at the moment they're ready to receive it. And we do that all the way down to kindergarten now.
Wow.
It's so crazy. We've got kindergarten to grade 2 shows that we're developing that talk about the trades. We're talking about 3 to 4, 5 to 6. Why? Because we had educators that said, hey, we love the fact that you have these great documentaries up here that are like super inspirational, but I can't really introduce them the same thing every year. Do you have new stuff? And we're like, holy cow. We're going to have to develop content that's unique for every stage of the continuum. But we rose to the challenge. We're 12 years into this, so we've had some time to figure a few things out. And but you know, again, back to the team. I couldn't do any of this without the right people. And so there's a few practical tips that I could share with you if you want on team
absolutely
building.
Want that.
Yeah.
I think everybody does. Yes, sure.
Number one, I talk about this all the time. Uncommunicated expectation always equals unmet expectation. Communicate what it is that you're looking for to a team member. Otherwise, they don't understand what it is that you really need from them. And if you are finding that you've got people around you that just aren't delivering, you have to ask yourself, maybe it was you not communicating expectations properly. Okay?
That's so true. So true.
Yeah. So that's one thing I've learned. I probably didn't learn that I probably read it in a book somewhere. I'm a big reader.
You know, yeah, you told me that. And you know what? And gave me some resources. I mean, he's just not talking the talk. He's actually doing this every day, inspiring and giving resources to people. So, if you're sharing somebody else's knowledge, that's okay, you know?
Well, this is it. And isn't that the case? I mean, really, if you look around here at all the booths, at all the things that are happening here, this was not the work of one generation.
Oh, so good.
We are building on the shoulders of people who have gone before us. and we should be honoring the past. In fact, I have a series right now that we called Careers of the Future, and we actually spend the first few minutes looking back at the roots of where the innovation is that's causing and allowing us to look to the future and the exciting things that are going to be possible and imagine these crazy innovations. But those things only happen because these really cool things happened over here, and it might already date back to the 1800s, but we should absolutely be honoring the people who came before us. And just one more thing in regards to that. So many times people go, you know, we really need more young people to be in front of the cameras. And maybe I'm just making an excuse because I'm now an old white guy. But I will say, I have watched 80-year-old white guys change the lives of young black men and women because they took the time to show them that what it is that they know is wildly valuable information, and it's going to change their lives. And then they gave them the gift of the passion that they share for their industry. So any white guy out there right now that's listening to this needs to recognize that your role in inspiring the next generation is an excuse if you're not sharing that with people.
Wow.
That's it.
I mean, if you didn't hear that, like, just rewind it right now, listen again, because wow, I mean, that's what a call to action for people to get involved in sharing the story and really motivating that next generation, giving that helping hand is basically what you're talking about.
100%. I mean, we speak at Edge Factor all the time about something called the career continuum. And everyone's on a continuum, whether you're the CEO, whether you are the kid that's in kindergarten, deer in the headlights, don't even know how to read yet. Everyone's on a continuum, okay? And your continuum journey looks different at different stages. And so what we really want to talk to industry about is that as a company, what are you doing to invest while your people are on the continuum back into education? Maybe you're an executive in your 50s and your early 60s thinking, I'm looking forward to getting the golf course. You know what? I don't want you to not enjoy that, but what I also want you to think about the fact is that giving back can be the ultimate way to end your career. And sometimes I think companies should be thinking about actually paying a portion of their retiring. We call it the silver tsunami. If you've got the white hair, the gray hair, you're thinking, man, I'm looking forward to these later years. You know what? Maybe think about it from a different perspective, because that silver tsunami could just be a wave of inspiration instead of being a wave of people exiting the industry.
Yeah.
And plugging into your local CTE school, making it known in your community that you're willing to step up and mentor students, or, hey, you'll be there to explain how math in your industry was so important at these various stages of the process. And so as Edge Factor, that's where our software is. We're starting to really bring people together because we know the local teachers. We've got thousands and thousands of schools that are using our platform. We're literally bringing in thousands of students from a community into our platform. And then we could start to pair them with some of the people that step up in the companies that are saying, hey, we want our badge that's in the Edge Factor platform, not only to be connected so when a student shows up for an interview that they can demonstrate their knowledge as a student, but we want them to also be able to bring in a local company rep to start to say, and here's how we use technology and math at a stage where you sometimes think, why am I learning this math? Why is this important?
Yeah, and that's going to change the life of a student.
It does.
It's going to inspire them and give them an option.
Sure it does.
If you have these companies come in and interact with students when they're looking for a job, they're going to remember that.
Yeah.
It is so impactful
100%.
to them. And you're so inspiring. I mean, I really had to kind of shift gears in my mind there for a minute because I was going to get all teary-eyed in here, because you're saying things that matter, and I have seen it happen. And so I just applaud you for what you've done.
Well, thank you.
And the coolest stories, you have the coolest stories. So if people haven't gotten a chance to meet you, they should absolutely head over to your booth. It's in the Student Summit, of course. And I just think that when we look at creating this content, bringing in the workforce and industry, that's one of the things that I'm doing with this event in November. It's called Empowering Pumps and Industry Conference. It's epic. But the thing is, it's bringing industry and the workforce together.
Yeah.
Because I want them to have conversations.
100%.
I want people to connect and really talk about what it is that we need to do. And you are doing that and creating those resources. And I applaud you. I really do think that is what is going to make the difference for our future generation.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, from a partnership perspective, there is so much need for us all to get on the same page. So in the middle of whatever it is that you're doing, we would love to support you, because what we've seen is that if we're isolated and we're siloed, ultimately we all hurt because we're trying to all tap into the same talent pool.
Right.
So you might think, oh, I'm going to protect my brand, I'm going to protect this, I'm going to do that. But ultimately, at the end of the day, you're actually probably not going to succeed, because you've got to be able to come alongside. There's enough room ultimately for all of us in this space.
Yes.
And from an Edge Factor perspective, we really view ourselves as an underpinning technology that helps connect people. So if we can help you in any way, we'd love to. And that's the message I have with pretty much every OEM here, because every one of the communities I'm working in, that's their customers.
Right.
These kids are coming into our system, and these companies need to start to, the OEMs need to actually, the technology that they have is what the local companies need the student to understand.
Yeah, and you know what? Talk Alabama. I have actually tried to kind of dive into my local community and get involved, and there are so many resources for these manufacturers too to be able to contribute to the local communities. But if they're not willing to kind of look out there, see what those are, invest their time, it's not even the money or the products that they don't have a lot of the time. It's an instructor or somebody that from the company that can come and engage with the students, right? And I just think that it is just right back to what you said earlier about, hey, don't leave and retire without giving back. Give
100%.
One day out of the week back to our generation that needs that. We need that knowledge shared. We need that interaction and inspiration. And so I absolutely agree with you on that.
I think one of the other things that I'm seeing from a messaging perspective with a for example, let's say an incoming CEO that maybe hasn't understood, or they're only now coming to grips with the reality of what this labor shortage is going to look like. Mm-hmm. I don't want to scare you, but I have as much content in healthcare as I do in construction, as I do in manufacturing, even though I'm a manufacturer that's turned into a filmmaker, into an advocate for this, okay? The reality is every sector is looking for the same students. Now, not everybody's going to be a manufacturer, but a lot of people who are going into other trades or other industries could be manufacturers, because manufacturing is got a lot of competitive advantages. Mm-hmm. So if the question you have to start asking yourself.
But if they don't know about manufacturing, they're not going to choose manufacturing.
That's right. But I think from a company's perspective, one of the things you have to start asking yourself, if I do not get heavily involved in workforce development, how much is it going to cost me? Not how much is it going to cost me to get involved in workforce development.
Right. That's so good. It really is. And you are missing out if you are not engaged. If you're a manufacturer and you're not engaged in some type of workforce development opportunities or programs, you're not going to have the talent that you need to be successful.
If you do a SWOT analysis on your company, the number one thing your customers want to know is how you can help me find more people. So crucial that you have an answer both for your own company but also for your customers.
You took me back to finance or business school for me with the SWOT analysis just then.
100%.
You just bring in the resources, right, and tools to make people succeed. That is at the core. The educate part is really something for you, right?
Yeah.
So what is next for you? You're developing this. You talked about that kind of software company side.
Yeah.
What do you want to see happen when you leave IMTS? What are you working on next?
What's been really exciting for me here is just recognizing that while the software, of course, is crucial from a structural perspective, what's really important is also having the right content. Mm-hmm. And so one of the really big things that we're focused on right now is we want local companies to be able to put hiring badges in front of their students. Mm-hmm. And when a student comes in, we don't just want them to be able to reflect on, hey, you know what? I've done my research and I know you guys make this and I'd love to come work for you. What we want them to say is, I've actually seen that you use this technology, and I've learned about that and I've earned digital badges. So Edge Factor is now starting to come away with relationships that we've deepened, even though we've got these relationships, because we want to come in and we want to start to build out tools that ultimately help the OEMs support their customers to build that pipeline of people to come into their company that are completely knowledgeable about what they do, the tools they use, the expertise that they're expecting, so that we can then connect them with the training and the credentials that are provided by each and every one of these booths here for their product.
Well, there you have it. I mean, that's how we're going to really succeed in manufacturing, is to get involved at an early age. Okay, tell me this. What should people do to get in touch with you?
Well, it's easy. My email, edgefactor.com. If you want to go to our website, one of the things that we love the most about what we get to do is we have had over 6,000 1,000 events for Manufacturing Day in the last few years. We create resources that are used in schools, in companies. We'll augment a physical event. If you don't have the right media, we are providing it to you completely for free. So I would highly recommend, and I will just also throw a pitch out, Drew Crow and I collaborated on something together that's coming out in time for Manufacturing Day. It's a film about his rise out of the hood, using manufacturing as a tool. So I have a new documentary coming about that. It's going to be available completely for free for Manufacturing Day. We do 5 days of STEAM programming, science in manufacturing, technology, engineering and manufacturing. So the goal with this free toolkit is that we're going to help companies rep the industry better, I hope, than maybe if they just did it solo. We want to come alongside them with the expertise that we've got. But if a company wants to work with us, we're thrilled to help them create content that, we'll be putting in front of all sorts of schools on our side, but that they can use also for their marketing place. So from my perspective, we can really come alongside people, and I hope really work closer with the industry, because I'm such a huge fan of IMTS. So what I've seen here this week, it validates that we've been apart for too long. This is a show that I hope continues forever and ever, because you don't understand how almost emotional it can be to get together like this until you attend.
That's right.
And so
I missed it for
thankful.
like 2 days. I had to go across. I've been telling him, I feel like a jet setter, kind of moving back and forth.
Yeah.
But I missed it. That energy is great.
Yep.
It's just wonderful to be here. And definitely, y'all, there's still time to come see you at your booth.
Indeed.
And we're definitely going to stay connected. I want to see all of my industry partners working with you, that's for sure. And a quick shout out to ABB, who that's who connected us. We've done some Manufacturing Day stuff with them. And just thanks, Tracy Long.
Tracy Long, I love you, but I love you for a lot of reasons. One, you're a really good business person. You're an incredible professional, but you also get it.
Yeah.
And we have 2 rules. We didn't talk about all the rules of the Edge Factor. I'm going to tell you one more here, if I may.
Okay. Yep.
Run with runners and work with people you like.
Well, she's definitely both of those.
That is why I love Tracy so much,
Yeah.
because and you ask Tracy, what are Edge Factor's 2 rules? She'll tell you, because we live and breathe that. We don't want to partner with organizations that are just only in it for I want to have my brand seen in the following ways. I want to partner with somebody that's willing to bleed with me, because we're going to make mistakes. We're going to work our butt off, and we're going to do what we said we're going to do. I promise you that. However, I can't guarantee that the results are always going to be exactly what you're looking for. And then we're going to try again, and we're going to bleed together again. And so if you're running with runners, you can work with people you get into the trenches, and it's still a good time.
So good.
So
good. So if y'all have not enjoyed this interview, I don't know who you are, just go ahead and click off, This has been great. It really has been great. Jeremy, thank you for being here with me.
Thank you so much. Seriously. Really appreciate it.
Awesome. You're so awesome. I'm going to talk to you for
Oh, wow. That was just a great conversation. So many great tidbits of information. We need to inspire the next generation so that they start exploring what the sector is really about. But we can't stop there. We then have to make that connection with them so that they're inspired to actually pursue career pathways in engineering and manufacturing. And again, Jeremy, he said it. We've been apart for way too long. This is not the work of one generation. We got to keep inspiring one another so that we get that next generation excited and start closing some of these vacancies that are creating the skills gap. So stay tuned. We're going to take a break because, we don't want our film crew to get hangry. They're working on making me look good. So we got to go feed them. But have no fear. We got some great content that will be playing while we're on break. Mary walked around all week long. She did great interviews with J-Tech, SW, Fanuc, and Okuma. We also got a video with WFL and EOS. WFL and EOS are in the North Hall. The other companies are right here in the South Hall. So we'll be back. Stay tuned for more at IMTS. Make sure you follow #WeAreAllCreators. See you soon.
Hey everyone, my name is Mary. I'm the host of the Creators Lounge. I have been here at our amazing booth. Come walk with me. I've been at our amazing booth all day long. Yes, it's been fun. Yes, it's been fabulous. But look at this floor of all of these different toys and tools and manufacturing delights. So we're going to go play. Come along. Let's go. Let's go explore. I want to know what that is. I want to know what that is, but there isn't anyone to talk to. Yeah? Nope. Oh, hi. Hello, how are you? My name is Mary. I'm with the Creators Lounge over across the way. We have been having influencers and interviewing different curators in the industry, and so now they've been setting me free to explore the floor and discover different tech. And I'm so excited to learn more about what's going on here. Who would like to? Does anyone want to tell me a little more? What's your name?
I'm Muralidhar Rao from Ace McCormick Group from India.
So nice to meet you. So I guess here's my question for you. Tell me a little bit about what's going on here and what about it makes you very excited to have been a part of its creation.
First of all, this particular exhibition is coming post-pandemic, and after the span of 4 years, and we take pride in being partnering with JTech Toyota, and we are from India, and our 3 machines are here, and we have been working with them in the last 4 years. And we have Soto in US, and it's quite exciting and amazing, and India is a happening country now, and partnering with the great companies like JTech Toyota is a blessed thing is can happen to anyone.
That is so exciting. So 34 machines so far, created post-pandemic. Here you are with this beautiful space. That just gives me so many chills because so I guess what is one of the challenges that you've overcome as a team in order to get your idea out to where people can incorporate it into their manufacturing?
The most important thing in US market is understanding customer psychology, customer perception, and customer perspective towards the product. And we have configured our product such a way that bringing a lot of features which normally the US customers demands, they expect. And that's the way we have reconfigured our standard product, adding the feature which normally the US customers love to have on every machine. So every product we have a normal machining center here, and this is fitted against one of the best competition in the US machine tool builder. I don't want to name. And then we have got the drill tap center, and the third one is a complete manufacturing CNC machining center with a rotary pallet changer and also the robotics, with the automation and everything. So we are projecting the product, a simple product, and a high spec product, and also in complete automation. And most importantly,
I can't even that's so fantastic. Yes, yeah. Tell me more.
We are from the Ace McCormick Group. We are the largest CNC machine tool builders from India. And 1/3 of the Indian machine tool.
I wish that I had a trophy or a medal for you. Maybe you can manufacture your own medal for yourselves because you deserve an award. You deserve an award. That's so exciting that's again, sorry, I had to interrupt and tell you how great you are.
Yeah. and we are contributing for the 1/3 of Indian machine tool production. And we make nearly 3,000 machining center, 6,000 turning, and nearly 500 grinding. All put together 10,000 machines we're making in India, and which is 1/3 of Indian machine tool production today. And India is heading for a big growth in the coming years. The 5 years belongs to us, and we are so joyful to be partnering with our partner JTech in US. A wonderful partner. Customers are fabulous here, and amazing market this is.
So I think you said something that I really enjoy, and it's joy, right? Being in joy, being joyful. There's something about, I know I was saying, there's the energy in the air here, just in this one day, of everyone finally being able to be together, share their innovations, get ideas, continue to build is joyful. And I am full of joy to have met you. Thank you. Best of luck. Thank you so much. Wow. I feel like I just had my heart feels like champagne bubbles. So thank you for...
We love US. We love US.
And we love India.
Yeah.
International. Oh, I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Have a lovely evening. Wow, let's go meet more people. And I am here at SW. I'm here with Jennifer and Kirk. Jennifer and Kirk, give a quick hello and tell us what you do with SW.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Brozek, and I'm the marketing manager of SW North America.
I'm Kirk Stewart. I've been with SW for a couple years now. I'm the CEO and general manager of sales.
Fantastic. So delightful to meet you. So great. How does it feel to finally be back in person, being able to share your innovations and be able to be on the ground with clients, talking and meeting new people? How does it feel to be here?
Well, I find it very refreshing. It's wonderful to see all these faces again, and I'm just happy to be here. It's been very exciting. It's been a lot of people and very busy.
I mean, no doubt we're here for very selfish reasons to try to find new customers and sell machines, but I think one of the more rewarding things about coming back after 4 years is to see, did you say food?
I said 4 years.
4 years,
Yeah.
you know, is just seeing all the familiar faces, you know, former colleagues and peers in the industry, friends, you know, people we've just seen through the years. To be back in one place and one location is just a lot of fun and refreshing that things are back to normal for sure.
Just by being here in your booth and experiencing the space and chatting with both of you, I feel like your company has such a unique culture. Like as soon as I walked into the booth, I felt like I was walking into someone's living room. Like you have beverages and sandwiches and just like, it feels so comfortable and easy. So I'd love to learn more. Tell me more about your company culture. What is SW and what is great about working with you?
So SW is an amazing company. We are built upon 4 of our principles, and with those principles, work together as a system, because we think in systems not just as far as our machinery, but as far as our people and our company. We all contribute. The 4 principles I love, they are humanity, motivation, courage, responsibility, and reliability. Yep. And with humanity, we treat people the way we want to be treated ourselves. With motivation, we always contribute our best and contribute to enthusiasm of our own team and our customers and bring everyone to a higher level. With courage and responsibility, we all work together, acting courageously and bravely, carrying out our responsibilities. And with reliability, we are able to be counted upon, and we treat our customers as such. Yep.
Wait, oh my gosh, I feel like that needs like a woo or like launching off into space. Fantastic distillation of very important elements of business and interaction.
You know, and it is important. I mean, it's a high-tech business we're in. We sell expensive machines, and it's not always easy. Sometimes it's stressful, both internally and externally. But, you know, there's a feel about the company that, you know, we're working on the same team. We're pulling the rope in the same direction, and we really do have, you know, a really nice culture that we can fall back on, that we're all jointly aligned with. And a lot of that translates into how we work with our customers as well. You know, reliability. We need to have reliable machines, and we need to be reliable partners of our customers. And, you know, for new customers as well, we challenge them to be bold and to have that courage to make a tough decision to buy this crazy multi-spindle machine, you know, versus doing the same old thing. Exactly. Yeah, well, of course, got to sell some machines here. So, you know, a lot of these things translate both internally and externally, but it does have a nice working environment for us.
I love that. I love that saturation of integrity and intention. So how are you marketing? How do people know that that's what SW is about? What's your marketing for people who are still on the fringes of working with you? How are you letting them know this amazing heart that is SW?
So from a marketing perspective, we really try to convey that we have the solution to meet your needs. It's not just like, here's our product, it's the latest and greatest. Yes, we can educate you on that, but we really want to drive the message that we have the solution for your particular application, for your particular industry. We set this booth up really, you know, to be very specific to our customers. We have an area dedicated to the medical customer. We have an area dedicated to firearms customer. and we have area dedicated to automotive and heavy industry. We also have other literature, on all the other, industries there to show them that, we have experience and we understand what it is that you are trying to solve as an engineer or a manufacturer.
Yeah, so very boutique and intentional.
Well, and which are all very purposeful things, but coming to the show for us is, it's a big effort. A lot of team members such as Jennifer, it's a big effort to do this, but it's also very rewarding. There's a lot of talk, should trade shows be, go away, should everything be digital, this and that, should we just do open houses? And I think a lot of people in the industry think like this, and the fact of the matter is here at IMTS there are fewer exhibitors and there are fewer machines here, but for me this is crazy talk. We have so many instances on a day-to-day basis of new customers coming to our booth and having their light bulb go off when they see what we have to offer, which is new. And likewise, we talk to these customers like, why didn't we know them? It's just become so obvious that there should have been a joint fit over the years. So, as we expand our market and we become more known on the market, trade shows are very important to us, and doing all the digital things and that we do are just so important to get the word out of what we have to offer.
Amazing. Wow, I feel like I need to dump my brain with all of this amazing information. I love the intentionality behind everything that you're doing and differentiating yourselves with that humanity, the kindness, the passion. So given that, it's day 2. What is something that's happened either today or yesterday, an ooh or an ah moment, something that really touched your heart, made you feel great, that really lit your own passion fire by being here today and yesterday?
Well, for me, it's basically seeing the whole booth come together because with IMTS, you start planning this thing up to a year in advance. And there are so many details from the catering to the machine to the people in your booth. Yes. Just seeing it all come together and everything really did. Everything, yes.
Stage to stage.
Yes.
If you will.
So that is my ooh and ah moment.
I love
yes.
that. I love that. What about you?
I did a presentation yesterday at 10:30 in the morning and I didn't screw it up. So that was big. No, it goes back to my statement previously of simply being reunited with so many people that you haven't seen in so long. Sitting down last night at 5:15, 5:30, having a beer with a guy that I worked with for 11 years. I was chatting with the guy that I worked for, 25 years ago. I mean, just all these connections that you make and seeing everybody. It's great that this is happening, and it's great to hear from all my peers in the industry that everything's going well. The manufacturing technologies, taking off with all the reshoring and onshoring going on. There's no shortage of business for anybody that's in the manufacturing space right now. So it's exciting times for us.
Very exciting. And I would love to let anyone know, how do we get in contact with you? Social media, LinkedIn, what are the ways to connect and learn the passion of SW to work with all of you?
Okay, so you can go to our website, sw-machines.com, and you can find us on LinkedIn, YouTube, and Instagram.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Anything else you want to add?
Stop by our booth. We're in the South Hall, booth 33801, I think. 338-140. Yes.
Yes, booth 338-140.
What a beautiful testimony to the power of team. Thank you so much, Kirk and Jennifer, and you for joining us on this insight into the culture that is SW. Look at this guy. He's so cute. I bet he's friends with Wally. Hey, dude. Hi, sir. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Do you have time for a quick interview? Let me try speaking robot. Zert, zert, zert. Let me see if I can engage with one of his human compatriots. May I interrupt, gentlemen? Hi, my name is Mary. I'm the host of the Creators Lounge over across the way. We've been interviewed. Right, it's such a blast. And so now you're part of it. What's your name? James Cooper. James Cooper, you sound like you belong in the American West.
American West.
Wild West, right? And your name?
Yeah. Paul Aiello.
Paul Aiello. Okay, so if you could indulge me, I was just trying to have a chat with one of the robots, but my robot isn't so good. So would you come join me and tell me a little bit about your favorite over here? Sure. Yes, let's do it. Or not your favorite, but
Choosing your favorite.
I know.
How do you choose your favorite? We have 100 children here.
Oh, well, congratulations. 100 children. Wow. Well, I mean, take me to something that you're passionate about and tell me more. That's what's going on.
We saw you in your booth over there this morning.
I was saying, a 6-foot-tall woman and a microphone, you can't get away from me. It's not happening. Okay, so this is the one I was trying to talk to.
What did you say to him?
Well, first of all, I said, I love your work, and then I tried robot, and I went, zzz, zzz. And
Did you say please?
how do you say please in robot?
Please.
Oh, does it have a name? What?
Please stop.
Hold on 1 second. I have to get my jump. So tell me more about this beautiful piece of machinery. What's going on?
So this is one of our CRX collaborative robot lines, and if you look,
Ooh, I learned about these today.
you look behind the
Tell me more, yeah.
you see a whole lineup of these products. So they're offered in a variety of reaches, of how far they can reach, and payload capacity.
I love that you qualified reach. Reach?
Yeah. Yeah.
This is payload. Also similar to picking your jaw up off the floor.
So these robots are offered for applications where customers are looking for a fenceless system that may have a level of human interaction, but not always, but for simpler applications. So you'll see them throughout our booth, you'll see them throughout the trade show, a lot of them being used for machine tending, dispensing. You see off to our right, one of our larger CX robots doing case palletizing.
I want one of those anytime I need to move from apartment to apartment. Wouldn't that be amazing? A little expensive. Yeah.
The apartment moving robot.
Amazing. So how does this bring you joy? Like, what about being able to see this go from ideas and whiteboard and notes and scribbles to an actual tangible product for manufacturing?
So this series of products helps us support our small to mid-sized customers with entry-level automation initiatives. They're simple units to program, due to the nature of how you achieve safety with a collaborative robot, with the risk assessment, the safety risk assessment, the entire work cell. They tend to be simple applications. So simple applications, really good ROI for the customer to get quick payback. And so we see this, regardless of the size of the organization, everybody's struggling finding labor. So, but for some of our larger robots you see here, if you're a small organization that may be outside of what you can afford for that whole system, this allows small companies to get into robotics, to automate, to address their.
The thought that I just had, I mean, everybody wants a Cadillac, but a Camry is a lovely car, and it will help you there. So I was just thinking, I don't know if that's a accurate allusion, but I think of it in terms of that way on different price points.
There's also applications as well with large customers that you need a level of human interaction, and this style of robot allows people to do that, again, after they've passed the risk assessment and it's been deemed a safe application.
Well, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. As an innovator, as we're all creators, so it's so fantastic to be able to have this gathering of minds from around the world.
Get everybody back together again.
It's so invigorating. How would you describe the energy of the atmosphere here at IMTS?
It's exciting. I mean, it is incredible to see everybody come back now in person for the ability to look at the technology, a lot of advances that are going on, and a lot of solutions that we offer for manufacturing, for automation, for robotics, for CNC. We have a tremendous product line, but it's incredible to see customers coming in and presenting our team with their challenges, and we work out, you know, how do we best solve those problems that they're having. And, you know, my area is on workforce and education, but you see all these companies that are coming through, they're adding automation at such an accelerated rate. We're also looking at the solution of workforce. So the two combined really is how FANUC is approaching solving our customers' biggest challenges.
Ooh, I love that.
And I think that's a really key part of helping our customers be successful as the group that Paul leads is our, we're in over 1,000 schools across the U.S. with our education solutions to help train that next generation of worker. And so all these large companies who come through this show who have their automation initiatives, they ultimately, while they're struggling finding labor to automate at a much faster acceleration, they will need that skilled workforce to support the technology. So Paul's team works with schools all across the country to create those programs.
I love that. The thought that comes to my mind is a cliff face. We are all on the leading edge together, and we're moving forward together. And it's I think of the Cliffs of Moher in Ireland that have like that really sharp drop off, and you're standing there and you're looking at that leading edge, and the ocean is crashing against the rocks. But you look to your left and you look to your right, and there are people there with you on that leading edge. Well, it really is. It's just verklempt, I believe I would describe it. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your time. It was a pleasure to meet you. I love your work. You're doing so good. So proud of you. Introduce me to this machine. Let's go. Walk this way. So Erica greeted us, and that's what she's here to do, which is greet people. And so I was like, well, I feel very greeted. Now, show me your favorite piece of equipment. And she's like, that's impossible. And I was like, well, just take me to your leader. So tell me what's going on here.
Right now we're just doing an air cycle. We're swapping back and forth between a slug and a finished part. But it did just unload a finished part and dropped it off at our post processor.
Yes, let's go see what you made, machine baby. Yes, finished part. Ooh, that's so cool.
That will come in just like any ordinary CMM. Program it to measure whatever you want. And then as the gauge is running, our gantry is just moving around, waiting for that confirmation that the gauge is out of the way, and it'll go unload the part and put it in the finished stocker.
Love that. A+. You described it very well. So my question for you, because I love the tech talk, but I also, at the Creators Lounge, we're all about the inspiration, the sense of joy of creating and innovating. So my question for you is, what about your work with this amazing manufacturing equipment do you feel very joyful and excited about?
I just like trying to do stuff that's new, stuff that nobody's done before. So anytime you can figure out a piece of the software or a feature of the machine that no one else has, sense of accomplishment.
Accomplishment in creation, brought to you by the Creators Lounge. Welcome again to IMTS 2022. I am here at the very exciting WFL booth with Daniel Taylor. Daniel Taylor, would you, I feel like, are you a Dan or a Daniel?
People call me Danny.
Danny! Can we call you Danny? Permission to call you Danny?
Sure. Granted.
Granted! I love that. So we're here at WFL with Danny to learn a little bit more about WFL and what differentiates them in the manufacturing industry.
Well, we are a large format mill turn manufacturer, and we focus a lot on hard to cut materials and complex parts. So that's.
So what makes WFL good at cutting hard materials? What makes you good at that? Here, you take the mic.
Oh, thank you. Well, we build a very tough, rigid machine that has a very, let's say, stout bed made out of cast iron that has a dampening effect, and that allows us to put a lot of high torque motors and do heavy cutting on hard to cut materials. And so I would say that our product is unique in the market because of these wonderful features.
I love that. Awesome. Love that. So I know digital solutions are something that you're innovating as well. So can you tell me more about some of the digital solutions at WFL?
Sure. We have many different solutions for lots of different problems for our customers across the market. CrashGuard Studio is a software that we developed that's very closely tailored to the digital, let's say, twin of your machine. And that software can become, the machine actually itself can become quite complicated and have many varieties of configurations and just options that are hard to tackle. And we produce a simulation software internally that runs not only on the machine but on a computer at your desk, and you can tie those two systems together and create a very fine-grained control and copy of your machine that exists not only at the machine control where you have components of this software. Yeah, I'm getting a little...
No, but that sounds fantastic. Is any way that you can make it more user-friendly to communicate with the machine? Like, that sounds like a really fantastic innovation.
Yeah, so it is actually very tightly integrated with the machine. You would produce models that you're going to machine, tool models and part models, and then you can transfer those straight onto the machine, and that will provide you with real-time collision avoidance with CrashGuard at the machine, where CrashGuard Studio is a programming platform as well as configuration software for the other end.
That is so fantastic. I love that. Very, very cool. So tell us a little bit more about some of your special engineering solutions. What have you innovated in regard to that?
Well, we develop a lot of different engineered solutions for lots of different industries across our markets that we service. We deal with very complex tooling, and we have some very robust and rigid clamping systems that you can load very long, heavy boring bars, large dimensional to diameter, length to diameter ratios. Yeah, we do many solutions in the plastics injection mold industry. We can do just about anything you want with a mill turn machine.
Wow. That's so what are some of these sound like such complex, unique boutique solutions specifically for the mill turn technology. What are some challenges that you've experienced that you've overcome? Can you think of any example of something that a challenge that you faced and then how you overcame it with one of these fantastic solutions?
You're putting me on the spot here a little bit.
No, that's fine. No worries.
But I mean, we get into all kinds of complex geometries. So maybe you have a landing gear component that has a feature that is supposed to be turned at an angle away from where your natural turning center line might be in the Z-axis. We can employ a system by the name of DeAndrea, as the brand name of one of the tools that we use, that you can create features that maybe you can turn the milling head into basically a turning machine on its side, and it's a very interesting way to make interesting parts.
So I'm so fascinated by your passion and the depth to which you understand and care about the equipment is really strikes me as something unique to you and to WFL, right? I think it's fantastic. So so then given all of those amazing vertical lines of tech and digital, what are some of the industries that WFL fits into and why?
Well, we fit into any industry that has complex parts, hard to manufacture parts. So we service mining industries, aerospace, oil and gas, and many, many more. And we do well in those industries because we build a very rigid machine, and we've had decades of experience building these machines and evolving solutions and the machine tool itself to match these different tasks.
So cool. It sounds like you're saturated in the niche that is that market, and it's so exciting. Thank you so much for taking the time to give us more information and give us more into the insight of the tech and the heart of WFL. Thanks so much, Danny. Thank you. This is a segment that we like to call Where's Waldo or Where's Fabian? We know that he's somewhere over here, and he doesn't know that we have this. What's that, Fabian? Oh, no, you look great. Oh, hold on. Wait a second. Hold on. No, you're welcome. I never knew you had green. Stop. What's that? Oh, thank you. I just got it done, too. My gosh, he's so flirty. Okay, so we're going to go see if we can find Fabian. And he has no idea this is about to happen. So let's go find Fabian. Right? So funny. So maybe like right before we get there and be like, hello, I'm looking for a very tall, handsome German man who now lives in Texas. Okay. Oh, I know. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, hello everyone. I'm sorry to bother you. Looking for a very tall, handsome German man. Have you seen this man? He's tall, he's German, he's handsome. Have you seen this tall, handsome German man? He's about this high, but no? No, okay. Fabian Alefeld, wo bist du, Fabian? Ich kann dir nicht finden. I don't think I'm saying left. Okay. Fabian, have you seen this tall, beautiful German man? He has really great loafers. He's German. Fabian, wo bist du? Kommen Sie hier bitte, Fabian. That was just German. I said, can you come here? Have you seen this tall, handsome man? He's so beautiful. No? Okay. He doesn't know we're doing this. Have you seen this man? Okay. No, but wait. I want to know what's wrong with everyone's eyes his hair alone is like the hair of the gods. The hair of the additive manufacturing gods. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're close. Here. Okay, we think he's over here. Have you seen this tall, handsome German man? No. Okay. I need to ask some of the women. Have you seen this tall, handsome German man? You would know. Okay, he's beautiful. Fabian, wo bist du? Kommen Sie hier bitte. Have you seen this tall, handsome man? He is German. Fabian, hallo, wie geht's? Fabian, wo bist du? Is this tall, handsome man in this booth? Have you seen this tall, handsome man? Fabian, wo bist du? Kommen Sie hier bitte. I know! You've seen it, right? You know him. He's got the hair of the gods, the loafers of a fashion icon. Ah, Fabian, hallo. Kommen Sie hier bitte. Meine Deutsch ist nicht so gut. Fabian, hallo. Wo bist du? We're in EOS and we're trying to find you, and I have a surprise for you.
All right, then I'll head over in a second.
Okay, thank you. Hello, this is Mary with the Creators Lounge, Industrial Strength Marketing Creators Lounge, IMTS 2022. I have Greg Hayes. I'm Mary Hines. Look at that. So nice to meet you. Tell us, and you can take the mic from me. Tell us a little, and it has to be kind of close. Tell us a little bit, who are you and what do you do with EOS?
Sure. So my name is Greg Hayes. I am the Senior Vice President of Applied Technology at EOS, so I run most of the technical side of the teams in North America. That includes the Additive Minds team and our consulting team, which Fabian runs. So I know Fabian very well and super proud of everything he's been up to. You know, when I look at IMTS and how it's been going this year, I think it's been a really interesting mix of some of our best old customers showing up and a lot of also new people coming over from the subtractive manufacturing hall. And it's been awesome to see the growth here in this side of the building, I should say, in this wing. Yeah. And but what's even more impressive and really cool is to see the influx of people coming from the other wing over here. And that's been really cool. And we've got some good games going on to try and entice the crowd and our state-of-the-art technology on display as well. So we've been pretty pumped about it.
I love that. I would love to know, and the people would love to know. So we're streaming YouTube. It's IMTS, so you can follow that. So which innovation are you particularly the most proud of and excited about?
Which innovation? That's on display right now. Yeah. You know, we have innovations in our systems. At the end, EOS is a systems company. We sell systems and the materials that go in there. We're super proud of our innovations there. However, I think what's most cool and what's an innovation is what's on the table behind me.
Ooh, let's talk about it.
Which is a nuclear fusion reactor. As part of what we see now, everyone knows aerospace has been a popular industry. The energy sector is really starting to pick up for us and for the additive world. These guys from TAE, they gave a keynote at the AMC, a keynote at the AMC conference here. They are one of the players, if not the main player, making nuclear fusion reactors. This is a scale model of it, and we're super happy to have them using our technology to make some of the components that go into this thing. It's hard to look at to really understand what's going on, but this is a scale model of what is, I believe, a 100-foot-long reactor cell to generate electricity. So, yeah.
That is so fantastic. Thank you so much. So happy to be. Gary! We were walking through. I was walking through, and I said, "Thank you. So nice to talk with you." So I was.
Take this home?
I don't know. You have to ask some of the producers. Maybe you can confuse your wife and be like, "Who's more handsome?" Why is your face? No, it's funny. You had something in your hair, but I fixed it. You had a little bit of. Do you have any? No, your actual hair is good. We were walking through. I was hoping that you would see us walking through, and I was just, I was like, have you seen this tall, handsome German man? And then all the men didn't know, and so I was like, I need to ask some women, and they didn't know. And honestly, I'm pretty upset because people need to focus on the point of concentration that influencers are also beautiful. I don't know where I'm going with that, but I'm improvising, and that's what I said. How are you feeling? I haven't seen you all day. I miss you. How are you?
Good, doing great. How are you doing?
Really great. I do have to tell you, this is so, can you take some still shots of this, please? Yeah, I have a production crew behind me. So I'm a very big fan of Spot the Robot, and I got to meet Spot. We danced together. And so I went right up to Spot. Yes. No, I don't have a video, but I do have pictures. I went right up to him, and I said, Spot, I've been such a big fan for such a long time. I love your work. And he put his head up, and then he has very good manners. He did a very low curtsy, and then I did a very low curtsy. We took a picture together. We did his little you know how he does his little
the horse trap thing. Yeah. That's.
We did his dressage, lipizanzer. I do. Actually, I did equestrian growing up.
Oh, impressive.
So yeah, I got to meet Spot, and I still feel pretty starstruck about it. Any highlights for you from your day so far?
I don't think I can beat that, but
It's not a competition, but you know, again, this is always the you are always put in the. You're like, man, I can't top being friends with Spot the Robot. But what? I mean, it's okay. Like, you could be first runner up. So what's your first runner up?
I did the 5K run.
Oh, that's right. How are you feeling? Are you feeling like invigorated? Yeah.
All of these guys did the run. Most of the EOS staff did it. We had some great times. My feet hurt even more than they did before.
Do you? I always love a good Epsom salt soak. Do you?
My suitcase was full.
Oh, there's a Walgreens on every corner. I feel like I need sponsorship from Kind Bar, Walgreens.
And Epsom salts.
Yeah. Dr. Teal's Epsom. Yeah. Wonderful. Well, it's so nice to see you. I'm glad we summoned you.
Yeah, did people show you some cool parts yet?
Well, okay, so I did. Okay, I'm gonna put this Fabian down because I have this. Oh wait, Fabian. Yes. Okay, so take me. I'm so excited. I did some of my additive. I've done some of my research, right? So I would love. Yeah, show me around.
All right, let's actually start over there.
Okay. Yeah.
Very cool.
Yes. So exciting.
This is the part I've been geeking out about this whole time we talked.
Yes. Wow. Oh my gosh.
So yeah, look at the details. So this is a Aerospike engine. If any of you out there are space geeks or NASA geeks, then you probably know that you are perfect.
I am, so tell me more.
Good. So an Aerospike engine has actually been around for quite some time. It was developed in the 50s.
Oh, here, and you can hold this yourself, so I don't. As much as I love being your mic stand, you can.
I liked it better when you did it, but okay.
We'll switch off.
Okay. So yeah, it's been tested for the first time in the 60s using conventional manufacturing technologies, but ultimately the challenges of conventional manufacturing really restricted it from going into production. And what happened now is through the advancements of additive manufacturing. Touch it, please. Yeah. The advancements of additive manufacturing and new software technologies, we were now able to recreate. Did it talk back to you? No?
No, I did my own echo.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm not that exhausted that I'm hearing additive parts talk back to me. I'm not there yet.
Not yet. But
we'll get there.
Long story short, if you look at this part, you see very organic structures, but also you see that this part looks very different to a conventional Aerospike engine. What Aerospike engines do, which is interesting, is they hold their performance on high altitudes compared to conventional manufacture on conventional engines, and therefore this engine can be 90% more efficient than the engines we're using in rockets today.
Wow, 90%.
90%.
That's a lot.
Yes.
That's much more than the 0.01 of what was of industries that are using additive.
0.1% of the manufacturing
Okay, I'm
industry
sorry, I
is the additive manufacturing industry. Yes,
so
yeah.
close.
This stuff will make it grow. So this is printed in copper, chromium, zirconium. Also a fairly new alloy. Some people would print it in GR COP42, also a NASA developed alloy. And it's printed on our AMCM M4K system, which can produce parts up to 1 meter high.
So, So of course this is this is the model. So what is the actual scale of this?
No, this would be true to scale. Yes, this would be true to scale. You can scale it up and down, which is also interesting about the Hyperganic software, one of our partner companies, because you design this part through algorithmic engineering, meaning your input parameters are physics, so physical formulas, and they are parameters for the printing process. And very rapidly you can change the design, which is phenomenal.
It makes me think of like an organ in the human body. Like I feel like I'm looking at like a cross section of the human heart.
Or of an alien heart.
Dun dun dun!
Exactly. This is also a cool part because it's also a space part. We love space.
Space parts.
This is a fuel tank that is developed by a company called Launcher. Launcher is a space startup, and what's interesting about this part is that typically additive manufacturing knows certain restrictions. And one of these restrictions that you typically hear from people is there's a 45-degree angle restriction of building without support structures. This part, as you can see here, goes down to an almost 0-degree angle. If you also tilt it over, it's fully enclosed at the bottom, meaning that this part is built fully support-free. There's a few holes to remove the powder, and this thing will go into space. Built out of titanium, Ti-64, and an incredible application. Let's look at something even cooler. And that is the actual printing process. So get your camera in there. You will see the laser melt the material. So this is a steel that we're printing right now. And you can see the laser melt the material layer by layer. And this is really the core of additive manufacturing. There you go. You see the lasers jumping around and dancing around. They're right now melting the metal powder on a 30-micron layer. The layers can really depend on the material, between 30 microns to 80 microns. And now the next step is to recoat again, add a new layer of material, and we will melt with lasers again. This machine has two 1-kilowatt lasers, which is a lot of power, a lot of energy, and that means that machine can run copper on it, which typically is pretty hard to manufacture, but with that machine, super easy.
Wow.
There you go.
Wait, no, Fabian, you took my line. It's okay, we can share it. Okay, let's share it. No, my line is, wow. Let's see if we can say wow together. Wow. Amazing. And
we need to be a band. Yeah, we should start a band or something.
so I'd like to play the guitar. It's like this guy, me, us. Hashtag we're all creators. That'll be a sick. I feel like we need like really cool shades. Do we need like sparkly wigs? No, you need to wear your hair. I'll put it on. I'll put on my hair that's already on my head. I feel like we're going for like futuristic.
I think this already looks pretty good. I think we could just go as we are. Why change things?
Thanks for complimenting me on my hair.
Don't change things at all. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Right, next cool application.
Cool applications of additive snack. Ooh. Do you want me to record that for?
Yeah, that's the new jingle for Additive Snack, I think. What you see here is even cooler than anything else that we've seen so far.
Yeah, so it's great. We already got a little intro, but I'd love to hear Greg.
Oh, Greg, where is he?
He already. I asked
He's hiding.
I think he's probably hiding because I made him talk to me. Yeah. You're not going to get away from the 6-foot-tall woman with the microphone. Like you can't. And why would you want to? So I asked Greg to share with us his favorite innovation, and this is where he brought me.
Then
so
we can move on. You explain it better than I can, anyhow.
Better is a relative term. So, but let's see something different then.
Okay. We'll end here.
I love this custom guided EOS tour with Fabian Alefeld. This is an exclusive from the Creators Lounge at IMTS 2022. An exclusive walkthrough with the, I don't know, I kind of want to go to the king of additive manufacturing. Is that okay? Maybe the Duke? The Duke of additive manufacturing? The Chairman.
Yeah. You speak German?
Ach ja. Yeah. Okay,
right,
what's
so
going on here?
We're at a
Okay, now I can hold it for you.
Okay, we're at a manufacturing conference. So this is very traditional manufacturing applications that I think will resonate with a lot of people out there. So this is a hot stamping tool. This is developed by Audi. If you don't know them, they're a pretty cool automotive company. This is a hot stamping tool. And you guys now saw all of these organic structures that we can produce with additive manufacturing. Now we're leveraging these organic structures in tools to aid conventional manufacturing processes. In this case, as I mentioned, hot stamping. And what you can see here is a model of the internal cooling channels that run through this application. And this allows us to pull the heat out of this tool better and faster than conventionally manufactured tools. And therefore, increase the performance and the lifetime of this application. And
Maximizing your investment in additive manufacturing.
yeah, increasing output of your conventional manufacturing.
I love that. It's only 3 days and I've learned so much.
Yeah, and the good thing about it is they belong together. Conventional manufacturing and additive manufacturing are not two separate technologies. It's not that one will take over the other. They are two tools in your tool belt to create maximum innovation and maximum.
They're symbiotic.
Exactly. Exactly. And yeah, we have very similar applications.
I almost put the microphone up your nose. Oh my.
This is a cooling jacket which also has conformal cooling channels built into this application. Here we have another tool that's, by the way, the surface finish is incredible on this tool. It's a yeah, exactly. It's a spline cap that also, as I mentioned, uses the conformal cooling optimization potential of the technology. And here are similar applications as well, from a vial core injection molding tool all the way to a cylinder head.
It's so fun to go from research to hearing you passionately speak about your branch of manufacturing, then to actually be here and touch it and see it and experience it and feel the excitement. This is just it's like a tiramisu of what IMTS 2022 offers you. Like so many different delicious layers of being able to experience and touch it and see it and hear it. It's just a passionate infusion. I feel so, I want to buy something.
Buy that machine. Yeah, go ahead.
How much is that machine? It depends. No, just kidding. I don't know. I never asked that. That's fine. It's as much as it needs to cost.
Yeah, but creates parts that definitely prove a return of investment. So, yeah, whether if you're in the medical, in the space, in the aeronautics industry, whether if you're in the automotive industry, if you find the right application that really leverages the potential of the technology, the return of investment is very easily calculated.
Right, of course.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for stopping by and printing my head this way. I'm stealing that.
Yeah, no, that's okay. You can talk. Yes, as far as I'm concerned, you can say Mary said you can have it, and then if I get in trouble, that's a risk I'm willing to take, Fabian.
Yeah, we can discuss it, but my wife will laugh very hard.
And you know what? We at IMTS 2022, especially with the Creators Lounge, especially with Industrial Strength Marketing and Industrial Studios that has just launched, we are all about the joy infusion to the work that we do, because otherwise it's a part, it's a thing, but when we blend it with the people that make it, the innovation, the passion, it transcends. Period. It transcends.
And then it excites,
Excites, delights.
Person come by, touch him, check him out. At least it still blows my mind up in the industry.
Amazing. Okay, so we'll see you back for the recap?
Yes, I'll be there in, an hour?
Yes, okay. Let's see. Okay, so this is so I'm an improviser and a comedian, so there's something that we do. It's one of my favorite things to do in scenes. So let's see if we can both say IMTS 2022 at the same time. So that's like an eye contact thing. Okay, are you ready to go?
Yeah. IMTS 2022.
We did it. Collaboration, connection, hashtag we are all creators, hashtag IMTS 2022, Fabian Alefeld and Mary Hines.
Let's go boom.
And we're back from lunch. We got our bellies full, and we're excited to talk to some of our final guests. I see you, James. How are you doing? How you
I'm
doing?
excited. I'm excited.
I'm
Scott
excited
LaPrade
too.
in the house.
I'm excited.
How we doing?
Yes, we are at booth 338-600. That is the Creators Lounge. So pop on by, wave as you walk by, hoot and holler. It's the last day. It's day 6. Keep that energy up. James, take it away.
All right. Well, welcome Scott LaPrade, Application Technical Sales, Gen Swiss. Thanks for joining us in
Thanks
the
for having
IMTS
me.
Plus
Yeah,
Creators
it's
Lounge.
a pleasure.
Awesome. It's great to have you. So I didn't warn you about this, but what is the most dangerous thing to a manufacturing company? The most dangerous thing in all of manufacturing. What do you think?
The most dangerous thing?
Yeah.
Sitting still.
Sitting still.
You got to innovate.
Nice. Well, what I say is one of the most dangerous thing to manufacturers are application engineers.
All right.
Sales engineers. Sales engineers. Why? Because they get everybody else in trouble.
I don't know. I think we make the company's wheels turn.
Yeah. Well, you keep everybody hustling, like trying to solve problems. But have you heard that before? Like, hey, you sales engineers, like we can't walk your talk. None of that. You've never heard that before?
No, actually.
Okay. Well, sales engineers it takes a unique type of human being to be a sales engineer, for sure. The difference between a true engineer, like in it every day, but really the one that's always on the front lines. It takes a unique set of skills to be able to communicate, but also understand the technical aspects of things.
Sure. Yep.
So just for the folks listening in, because we're all here to tell our manufacturing story, just let us know a little bit about you, your journey, and then how's that really tied to bringing you into Gen Swiss, and then we'll talk a little bit about what's the story that you're ultimately here to tell. So
Sure.
yeah, I'd love to know more about you and Gen Swiss.
Yeah. So my story. I've been with Gen Swiss now for about 18 years. Company's been in business for 20, and I came into it as a commercial art and graphic designer. That was what my college instruction was. And this was a small fledgling company with the concept of putting together a source of highly innovative tooling for the niche of Swiss style machining. And they had a kind of a mediocre catalog, and the website really needed some help. And I was fresh out of college with all that stuff right on my mind, right in the forefront. So it was kind of into the early days of Google to some degree. So you were talking about things like SEO and all that. And that's kind of what I originally got involved with. And through developing materials for the company, you learn the user benefits and the selling features, and you start to learn the industry. And within 18 months, I had already been to 3 trade shows with the company and successfully sold product for high-tech equipment that I hadn't even known about 2 years prior. And that was a point where it was like, I think this is going to be a career move. I think I'm just going to stick with this and try to make a go of it.
So you started as an industrial marketer in a sense.
Yes.
And then you went to the industrial sales side of things, and then saw that you can connect the dots and maybe even make a little bit more money than.
Well, that's that's a big part of it. So I mean, so we're talking about creativity here, right?
Yeah.
So I did that for 15 years for the company, and I just hit a point of burnout.
Yeah.
And I was also hitting a crossroads. So the company grew to a point where we needed a tooling expert inside to support the national effort of all the applications that we were starting to really get as the fruits of our labor. And it was like, I can't be a marketer and an application sales engineer at the same time. I got to pick one or the other. And so naturally I picked the one that was kind of got a little bit more growth and I could learn a little bit more. I felt like I'd maxed out with what I could do with my commercial art and the graphic design stuff that I was doing all along. And I just wasn't enjoying it anymore. But I was looking more forward to the application stuff.
Yeah, and solving problems, looking at unique challenges and being able to like form the solution.
Absolutely.
It's in a lot of marketing, you can't always see the benefits in the near term, and to be able to have a beginning and a discrete middle and end of the story, right? That it's working. It worked, right? Eureka.
Right.
Well, business is the infinite game and marketing is an infinite game because there's always a need for marketing and sales, right? There's always a new goal and a new quota and all the things that go with that. And, as you think of your journey from marketer to application sales engineer, what are the things that you see in terms of what you've learned from how do you like take the pure engineering side, the application side, and the marketing and storytelling side, because one of the things that organizations have to do a lot is still tell their story, connect and have alignment between, the sales organization and the marketing organization. And what's been your experience in connecting the dots there?
Well, that right there is actually part of my role now. I do bridge that gap. So in our company, I kind of spearhead the inside sales department, customer service, but the marketing guys that we have now come to me and kind of use me kind of come to me as a mentor for feedback on what they're doing and what I've seen that worked and what didn't work. They bring some tremendously great new ideas too that I had never even considered before, and sometimes they come and it's like 3/4 of the way there. And I can just give them that one little sentence or catchphrase, or it's like, this is the thing that customers like to hear when they're looking at this kind of a piece of marketing material, and we can kind of polish it out that way.
So you see yourself as bridging the gap between like that subject matter expert and what ultimately the market sees. Do you work with the subject matter expert on any specific application? As that mentor, how far are you diving into that subject matter expert, or is it really connecting the dots as well on top of that?
It's mostly connecting the dots there. Yeah.
Yeah, and as you think about that, like in any position, in any role, whether you're at the boardroom or on the plant floor, there's something you see that like really gets you excited. And when you think about your journey and you coming in here to solve problems, what gets you like really like truly most excited? Like what is the win for you in your world and in getting from problem solution to story, that gets people believing you and over the finish line? What gets you excited?
What gets me the most excited? Being the first to bring something to market. We've when we started out 20 years ago, the Swiss style machining market was very, very niche, kind of almost even underground to some degree, or maybe even like a little bit almost like a dark art kind of a thing. It's definitely thrust more into the spotlight these days, and we got Mazak over here. They just released a new machine. We got some of the other big machine tool builders that are also introducing equipment. So it used to be only a few games in town, and now it's becoming pretty widespread. Well, over the years, we were also that company that was kind of introducing the new innovations that nobody had ever really seen in this market before. And when we have something that I think is going to change the way people do things on this equipment, that gets me really excited.
Oh, that I know. And from a storytelling standpoint, from a sales standpoint, you always need a reason to talk to somebody. You need, if you're not innovating, and you don't want to come with the 2018 IMTS to 2022. Mm-hmm. And how much does that excite you? Like, what are the innovations that you have now that you're excited to share? That you've been sharing all week with all of these people coming to IMTS.
Well, so we're partnered with some fantastic Swiss manufacturers. Then we represent them in North America. Yep. And one company that we're really close partners with is called Utilities, and they do all of our turning and carbide line and everything like that. They never stop. Every 6 months to a year, there's some new attachment or problem solver or quick change product that just makes the machinist's life easier on the shop floor. So that's really the thing that kind of sets us apart, is it just never stop. Like I said at the beginning of the interview, that's the thing that kills things, is when you just sit by and just let it stagnate. But
yeah. So you said underground and kind of like niche, and you kind of came up as like kind of punk rockers in the space. So you're a music guy. You mentioned you like what's your favorite music again?
I definitely like hard rock and metal.
All right. So if Gen Swiss was a metal band, what would it be if you could choose?
Oh boy, jeez, I don't know.
And they just rocked it. Like you're in the crowd, you're out there just going nuts.
I would have to probably say my favorite band. My favorite band is Breaking Benjamin, and I feel that they're accessible and friendly, and but at the same time they just got a sound that's their own, and there's no mistaking a Breaking Benjamin song when you hear it playing out somewhere. And there's no mistaking a Gen Swiss product when you see it on a piece of equipment.
Oh,
there you go.
Yeah, bringing it together. So, okay, so we Scott, let me ask you. So you're into heavy metal music. Did you do the hair thing? Am I being too?
The hair
did
thing?
You have your day?
No.
Did you have? Was that thing?
This is as wild as I get.
So you when you were just years ago, no long
20 years ago it was a buzz cut, and then I hit 30, and like everybody thinks, they think maybe their best hair years are behind them.
Yeah.
So I was like, maybe I'll just let it get a little bit longer, but this is as wild as it's been.
Man, you're a handsome man.
Thank you.
Look at that hair. Now, does this band have long hair? Do they have?
Actually, no. The lead singer doesn't have a haircut a whole lot different than this. So.
Oh, okay. I see.
That's an accident. That wasn't on purpose.
Well, because what I was surfing for was the ability to get likes. Like, where do we find you on Facebook or somewhere where we can see you with those long locks? And you let me down here. Why'd you follow a band that doesn't have long hair and emulate that? Please tell me you at least have the black concert tour T-shirt shot.
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
Outside of this, that's all I have in my hotel room right now.
So do
is
you have
concert tees.
So have any body art? Like
No, actually, that's one thing that I've never gotten into.
Did any of your favorite band no body art there either?
No, they got it all up and down their arms. But
okay, I was like, what kind of heavy metal band is this? I've never seen this before. Well, Metallica. You've seen the lead singer go with short hair.
Oh yeah,
I'm still trying to figure that out.
He's changed his image so many times.
Yeah, that's cool. And what's interesting about that. We talk about these things, and I think we're in an age that there's no stereotypes. There's no one way to do things. And when you really think about your journey in application engineering, when you think about the humanistic side of it, what's the story that you as that application salesperson, as the marketing team, are you telling stories on YouTube? Are you on social media? And are you doing a podcast or considering it? And if so, like what would be like your angle, your theme?
So we've already done a little bit on our YouTube channel, and it's usually me kind of just sitting down with an exciting new product and not really selling it, but kind of just explaining, kind of a show and tell thing. You can only get so much off a page of a catalog, but when you're holding it up and rotating it around and explaining things as you're going over it, it's a whole lot more valuable to people. And one of my things is my sign-on is greetings, guide bushing gurus and greenhorns. So you got the experts and you got the guys who don't know anything, but guide bushing is the heart of a Swiss machine.
Yep.
And I wanted to incorporate that somehow into the message that we push out.
Say that again. You said it so fast.
So it's greetings, guide bushing gurus and greenhorns.
Greetings, guide bushing gurus and greenhorns.
And there's a little bit of alliteration there. Everything's got to be alliteration.
Well, it's like a tongue twister to me. So what's the name of the show?
It doesn't really have a show or name. It's on the Gen Swiss YouTube channel, and you can find a whole bunch of product reviews on there.
Why is that not the name though? Like
Guide bushing gurus and greenhorns?
Yes.
We could probably give it that name.
Like that's
forward,
catchy.
Going forward, we're trying to produce a whole lot more. We actually do have a company goal of 2 videos per quarter.
Great. That's in your journey. That's a lot of folks in manufacturing. They're realizing that they have to think of themselves as a channel, as publishers, and the forms that people consume media and industrials and industrial buyers and decision-making units has changed. And every year, I've just seen more and more manufacturers creating their own media properties, their own channels, their own episodic content, and you're doing that.
We're doing that, and we've actually increased the number of personnel in our marketing department, and one of them is a little bit on the younger side, and he's brought some really intriguing ideas to the table too, and he's very passionate about the work that he puts in. So I think we've got the right people in place, and pushing it out through Instagram. There's a fantastic Swiss machining community on Instagram. That's very active. Yeah, you wouldn't think,
Really?
but Instagram of all places. Facebook, not so much. LinkedIn is also a really good place.
Yeah.
LinkedIn is it stays very professional, but we still get a whole lot of traction on there. But the Instagram one, we try the fun stuff on there. We did a video game campaign. Like we called it our 8-bit nostalgia campaign last winter.
Yeah.
Where we took old Nintendo characters and didn't call them by name, but it was blatantly obvious who they were. And so I think a lot of people are familiar with Mega Man from the Nintendo days.
Yep.
So we have a call it holder that is specific for Swiss style machines, and it's kind of one of our signature products. We did a 3D printed model of Mega Man with that on his arm as the gun, and we have him in the booth at the show this week as kind of like an Easter egg. And guys are coming through that you would never even
Mega
assume.
Man, there he is.
Yeah, people you would never even assume. They come by and they're like, "Oh my God, I need a picture of that Mega Man with your tool holder on his arm. That is so cool."
So you're having fun too.
We're having a lot of fun,
and you're getting your angle and take on things, and who would have thought that folks focused on manufacturing would be like putting out Mega Man, like Easter eggs in their exhibit.
Yeah.
So you guys must be having a ton of fun.
We have a lot of fun.
Yeah,
we have a lot of fun.
So you have a small group. You're putting out some content.
We're a small company. We can change directions really quick. There's no bureaucracy that gets in the way. We have an idea, and we can implement it by the end of the day sometimes.
Yeah. And then you're rocking Instagram with the Swiss community.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
It's amazing. The Swiss community loves to share their application successes. So you can go on there and easily find examples of someone who's got an entire day's production held in the palm of their hand, and they take a macro photo of it and post it on there, just kind of showing, oh, look at these. These are all 50 thousandths diameter parts with a thread on the end, and then we had to hold like a tolerance on this of plus or minus 0.2, and they're all on there talking about it on Instagram.
So it's like nerd alert, but you're geeking out on it, you know what I mean? So it's amazing how communities are coming together online. The next generation of manufacturing, they're only going to know that, of course, we communicate on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, there's a Swiss machining community there, and it's pretty robust. And as we look to win the battle for attention, where are you going to go to do it? Shows like this? Yes. Trade media? Yes. Social media?
Grassroots, homegrown stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. You're doing it. And that's what's really exciting. Things are changing, and you can have fun, do great work, and then you got to make that money as a sales application, application sales engineer, right?
That part's the easy part.
Oh, really? Are you printing money over there?
We just have such fantastic products and very loyal customers. It's awesome.
Yeah, and customers are also a very important part of telling your story. When you think about your solutions, where does storytelling come into play? Like, how do you tell your manufacturing story, and do you tell that through your customers? Is the testimonial, is the video case study there? Where do you bring the customer story into your approach to sharing your own?
Some of them, it's as simple as asking permission. Hey, that thing we worked on, last week that you had so much success with, can I share that on Instagram? And some of them are like, oh, yeah, absolutely. Believe it or not, in many cases, they don't want you to share that because it's almost becomes like their trade secret, and they don't want their competitor to know that it's the GenSwiss tool that made the difference. So that makes it a little bit harder, which is why, we try the other things from the other side of it, doing like the the nostalgia campaign, playing on people's childhood memories with the video game characters. Going back to that, we had the Mega Man character. We also did Donkey Kong with a barrel of our cutting oil over his shoulder.
Oh, really?
And people were eating that up.
Yeah. So when you go through the creative process, so this is the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. IMTS Plus is this digital destination built for the manufacturing community to connect, to listen, to watch, to join, and it's really about stories. And so as you are thinking about getting attention again, and I don't want you to let out your crazy good ideas too early. Too early. But what is you think, sometimes you start as what's the best worst idea you put out there to tell a story or an idea, whether it's Donkey Kong or, what's the best worst one you had?
The best worst. You mean something that I thought was awesome?
It was so bad it was good.
So bad it was good. Oh, man.
Or just flat out bad and everybody laughed.
Oh, jeez.
Usually it's something inappropriate.
Yeah, no, we try to stay away from that. I mean,
we had a couple stinkers here in the Creators Lounge too. When you're doing improv, and we literally have an improv host, Mary Hines.
We have fun, but we do keep it pro, and I can't think of anything that went that direction.
You're being PC on me. Come on, you have to have a bad idea.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, let's go for a good idea. What do you think would be a cool? Well, I get people in trouble. I say, it'd be cool, and then they know, then here you are 60 days later with the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge, and thousands of hours worked later. So what would be cool? What would be something cool to do in terms of telling the next story? You think? Let's riff.
No, yeah,
Come on, it's a band thing. We're riffing. We're in the studio.
Go, okay. I have a great relationship with my Northeastern sales manager. He's just a very personable guy. He's one of those ones where everybody walks in and he just lights up the room. People smile, or, oh, good, Bill's here. So we've been talking about doing a few more videos where he and I almost sitting at a news desk kind of a thing.
Yep.
Sit there and just kind of talk about Swiss-style tool developments. And it functions a whole lot like what's going on right now. So I can't write a script. I can't do that and stick to a script. But if I've got an individual who I can play off of, sitting adjacent to me, we could go for 30 minutes easily and just kind of talk about the innovations and whatever new product it is that we want to get people jazzed about. So
would it be like Wayne's World?
Kinda. Yeah.
You bring in the music, You play guitar?
You have someone?
You play guitar?
No, I don't.
Even a bad riff, not even tuned guitar.
No, it's.
Come on!
I don't have any instrument.
I am so hard trying to bring the heavy metal dude out of you. Let's do it.
I'm the guy who's usually there in the back of the crowd, just vibing.
You're vibing.
I'm not the one that's in the front. Screaming and yelling.
Did you just say the worst word of 2022? Vibing.
Yeah, I'm probably late to that party too.
Vibing?
That's usually my thing. Is I'm usually late to the party on the
vibing
vernacular
You know what I'm talking about, right? Vibing.
Oh yeah.
It's oh yeah, we're vibing.
Yeah,
we're vibing.
Is that what we're doing right now?
We are.
Okay.
We're. You know what? We're.
As long as I used it the correct way.
Yeah. I refuse to say that we're vibing. We're becoming friends in industry. How's that sound?
That sounds good to me.
That's what this is all about at IMTS, and we're really excited about what's ahead for us all as storytellers. How can folks find out more about you and your show and about Gen Swiss? How can we direct them right to where they can dive in deep with you, your content, and your story?
I mean, we got a lot of stuff embedded right onto our website, genswiss.com. It's not just an e-commerce store. It's got some of the story on there. It's got some of the support documentation on there. But you can go to literally any of the major social media channels, except for TikTok, because I don't really like that one for some reason.
Yeah.
But any of the other ones, you can search Gen Swiss, and you're gonna find years worth of content on there that we've produced, whether it's YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, and I think that covers the
cool
the gamut of it.
Well, that is amazing. Scott, thanks so much for hanging out with us in the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge.
Thanks for inviting me. This is a lot of fun.
Make sure to let us know if you do change your name of your show, because that's pretty cool. And let's hooked up on LinkedIn.
Yeah, we can do that.
I'd love for you to connect with me on LinkedIn. I'd love to see your journey and that story unfold. Anyone watching, connect with Scott, connect with me, connect with the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. We are all creators. # we are all creators. Thanks for joining us, Scott.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
ya. Boom.
So my favorite takeaway from that conversation was the most dangerous thing is standing still, which I think applies to what we're facing as a sector today with the skills and the training gaps and all of the gender gaps happening. So be proactive, put your boots to the ground, go out there, network, talk to people, get them excited about this sector, and let's solve all of those problems together. I'm really excited about the next interview. We got Emma Betters from I don't have her company name, so we'll have to bring that to you when we sit down with her. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll reintroduce her again. See you there.
Let's go boom.
Hey everyone, welcome back. This is IMTS 2022. We're here chilling at the Creators Lounge at booth 338-600, and we are doing our last Creators Lounge interview. Are you guys sad? We're sad. We're going to miss it. So we got Emma Betters from the Oak Ridge National Labs. I got to join this interview. James, I'm coming to join you. Let's go.
You got to join this. This is going to be great.
Hi, Emma.
Hi, Meaghan. How's it going?
How are you doing?
Doing great.
I'm going to shut the door.
Tennessee. We're both from Tennessee.
Indeed.
Oh my goodness, this is great. Emma, thanks for joining us in the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. We are excited like this to hang out and have a little chat.
Absolutely.
Wrap up IMTS.
Yeah, it's been a great week.
So, Meaghan.
Yes. I think this is
Ziemba?
working. Yep, it's working. There we
Meaghan
go.
Ziemba.
Yes.
You were so excited.
I was.
I'm so excited.
I've actually had Emma on Mavens.
Yeah,
Yes, she
absolutely.
was a
We had a
Mavens.
great chat.
She was a Mavens guest. She was educating me on everything that she does at the laboratory.
Was it like?
Yeah, I mean, she's incredible. She knows her stuff. You tell your story. I don't want to tell it for you.
So Emma Betters.
Yes, sir.
Who are you and what is your superpower?
My superpower. That is a great question. I think kind of in this industry, it might be a little bit similar to some other people's superpower, but I think functioning on a lack of sleep is definitely helpful here.
So you have the superpower that you can function without sleep.
For a pretty ongoing period of time.
And functioning without sleep is highly relatable at an IMTS, wouldn't you all say?
Yeah, absolutely.
So for the rest of us, tell us a little bit about you and your journey, and and a little bit about your story about what brings you here to this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. So I did my undergraduate degree at the University of Florida. Most of the students there go through a design and manufacturing laboratory. That was kind of my first introduction into manufacturing, kind of what metal cutting was. I fell in love with it. I decided I wanted to go to graduate school and continue learning more. Went to the University of North Carolina at Charlotte under Dr. Tony Schmitz. He got a joint appointment between the University of Tennessee and Oak Ridge National Lab and brought us with him. So the building that I work at Oak Ridge was traditionally pretty focused on additive manufacturing. About 3 years ago, started to get more specialized in subtractive or traditional manufacturing and started our group. So I've been there for about 3 years now.
One of us. One of us. One of us. I'm just geeking out. What am I doing in this interview? This is just too amazing. I'm not worthy.
Yeah, so I actually have a connection to Tony too, because I used to work with making chips, and Tony came in and he really specializes in like vibration in machines and really trying to troubleshoot what happens to machines and tools when they're running, and helps really create standards for preventative maintenance. So he's an incredible human being. So anyone that works under him, I think, is just as incredible, because he has a high standard of what he's looking for and what he wants to do. So I was really excited to talk to Emma when she came on to Mavens and learned so much. So she's doing really good things, and she's already a leader, but she's going to continue being a great leader. And the next generation is set if they work under her. So
I'm sitting here being filled in by this wonderful conversation. And so every superhero has the superpower, and yours is the lack of sleep. You have, sounds like, a great team and people to work with and mentors. And along your journey, because we'll talk about that mission to save the world that you're on, so we can understand exactly like how you do, like how it's applied. But in your journey, as someone who is in the manufacturing and research and innovation sphere, who has helped you and guided you along the way to this point, as a mentor, as a guide, Who are some of those special people?
Yeah, I think I can kind of track that through a pretty straightforward list. Obviously, my parents are a big influence growing up. My grandfather was a really big influence in kind of getting me started doing hands-on things, building rockets as a little kid.
ST's rockets?
I'm sorry?
ST's rockets, or like for real rockets?
Water bottle rockets.
Nice.
We had a
nice.
really good time. Had a high school physics teacher that really influenced me into getting into mechanical engineering kind of in the first place. Like I said, I had that mentor at the University of Florida, Mike Braddock, who introduced me to Tony Schmitz, who's been a fantastic mentor. Could not ask for a better list of people to work under, and Scott Smith. It's just been a really good adventure.
Oh my goodness! I have a 20-year-old daughter, and she's at NYU right now, and it's just so great to see these journeys of how hard, and it's hard work in each one of those steps to get along that way. So as you're out there, you've had your traditional 6 hours of sleep at best, and now someone needs to save the world. So there at Oak Ridge, what are you doing? Like more in an applied sense every day, generally speaking on subtractive, but, what are some of the things that are happening, whether it's here at IMTS, but, what is really the mission that you're on?
Yeah, so I think the thing that we're showing at IMTS here today, or this week, really does kind of convey that mission a little bit. So a lot of our funding comes from the Department of Defense. We kind of fall under this program called ACE, America's Cutting Edge. I think Tony was in here yesterday. He probably talked to you a little bit about the workforce development part of that. But kind of one of the other big things we're focusing on is reshoring, and how do we develop new technology in the U.S., but how do we kind of bring that back here? So the thing we're showing here is actually a kind of take on a traditional large-scale casting. So we built a machine tool at Oak Ridge, kind of looking at some alternative materials and methods for doing so. So getting big castings here is getting really difficult. So looking at some other ways that we can do that.
So is that big casting with the cement?
That is the big concrete machine tool that you saw over in the South Hall. Yes, sir.
So I think for everyone to really get a big picture of the value that provides, I think if you could describe the cost comparison between doing it the traditional way of what a traditional casting would look like and how you had to, because I think you just shipped that here in one piece, so there wasn't really any construction that you had to do. It's a little heavier, but she mentioned that doesn't really cause any limitations on what the machine can actually do. But in terms of the cost component of it, it really can provide some value to small to medium.
Right?
Yeah.
So if you can dive into that a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we did, as opposed to a traditional large-scale casting that you'd usually have as your base component, we actually leveraged some large-scale additive manufacturing that Oak Ridge kind of worked to help to develop several years ago. We used that to mold the base structure, and that structure itself is a reinforced concrete. We still run the mill 7,000 psi, or tracking me and one of my colleagues, Dr. Schmitz, passing the hose around, filling up the parking lot. Like I said, the machine was about 20,000 pounds, a little bit heavier than a machine tool of a comparable size. But that's actually kind of beneficial for us. So you want the stationary parts on your machine to be heavy and the things that move to be light. So not really any problems there. Pretty comparable dynamic response to cast iron. It's a lot cheaper. So like we talked about there, about $1,200 worth of polymer, about $700 for the guy to come bring us a pump truck. So it's been a great time.
And on average, wouldn't a traditional machine cost around $250,000 or?
That's for something about that size, yeah. So for the base component itself, significantly cheaper. Getting a casting of that size in the U.S., I'll say next to impossible. Getting that imported is getting harder and harder. So what are some ways that we can do that here? Yeah,
absolutely. And the industry really suffers from a challenge with capacity right now. So it's not just even the core innovation itself. It's who can do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And ultimately, when you're telling these stories, what step in that story? So you know you're here to demonstrate the possibilities.
Yeah.
How are you documenting that story to get it out now? So even just the story of like, hey, there's a picture of us and the doctor, we're having some fun. But how do you see that like what's the next step in this story?
Yeah, so kind of one of the big goals of being here, I think, is working with other industry partners and seeing how kind of parts of this technology can take off and be more useful to small mom and pop shops, other people that are trying to purchase those machine tools in the U.S.
Yep. Now we support Manufacturing USA and through that the Manufacturing Institute, IACME, and there's a connection there to ACE.
Absolutely.
And a big challenge we have is, and we're asked to do. You actually don't see our work in the front, but we're working with these folks who are in these institutes. They're talking about this research and these innovations, and we're working with the subject matter experts to get their story out. And so you'll see a lot of our ghostwriting like in Industry Week and other kind of key technology news. So what are some of the stories that you're excited about that you've gotten out so far in your time at Oak Ridge?
Ooh, that is a great question. So I've gotten to work on a whole variety of projects. Like I said, the machine tool that we have here has been kind of one of the big focuses over the last couple of years for us, kind of what we're trying to demonstrate there. The other aspects of that is kind of using small form machines to make large scale parts, which we're also demonstrating out on the floor right, down there. So lots of different ways we're kind of leveraging different technology, measurement aspects to get those kinds of parts built.
And that's just the stuff we know about. So, hey, let's just go like offline. We're going to get some top secret news here. There are some things that are pretty cool we don't know.
There are a lot of really cool things that we do, yeah.
Okay. No, like,
like how you're trying to
aliens
dig
and
it
stuff
out,
like that.
though.
Yeah, he's trying really hard.
A for
Yeah.
effort.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I know. It's like you have the job of filming The Mandalorian, episode 1 without, spilling the news of Baby Yoda. Want to hear an interesting story?
Absolutely.
Oh, I don't know if I can tell it. Hey, Noah, if you're in my ear, tell me yes. Can I tell the Baby Yoda story? Okay. So, we're here with Corporate Streams and our partner and live stream crew. They're fantastic. There's Justin. We got Austin in the back and Noah. And Noah was on the set of the filming, and he was on the crew for the filming of The Mandalorian. And so they had a big secret to keep.
Yeah.
Which was they couldn't see, like all these little procedures they went through, and they couldn't let the news out. But how tough is it when you have all those people working and not letting out the news that there's going to be a Baby Yoda? It would have ruined it, the surprise.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to stop on that note, and Noah was literally there. He was on that crew.
That's awesome.
So I'm going to stop, and I am not going to mess with you and your Baby Yoda.
I appreciate that.
Okay, good. So what questions do you have, Meaghan, for?
So the last time we talked, you were still going through your graduate program, correct?
Yep.
You're still going through that right now? Or
I
you
am,
done?
yes.
Okay.
So I'm still working on my PhD under Tony Schmitz right now.
Okay, so you're a huge part of their research and development stuff, and with women coming in, there's a lot of areas that we can improve on in terms of continuing to encourage women to get into engineering. And I know there's different types of engineering you can get involved with, but you decided to do the research and development part of it. So I really wanted to just get a better understanding of what it was about that portion that really attracted you to say, that's the spot for me, that's where I want to go. And how are you trying to inspire the next generation through the work that you do at Oak Ridge?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big thing for me was that I really like the hands-on aspect of research. I liked that sometimes I do sit at a desk and I do data analysis for a little bit of time, but I still get to make chips. I still get to spend time on the shop floor. I still get to work on really cool projects, and I still get to see things go from design to final part and fly on rockets and make cool machine tools. That was a big thing for me. I think one of the things that I've kind of been discussing with a lot of other people is women are typically very good at detail-oriented work, and I think that is one of the things that we do need to kind of encourage a little bit more. Yeah, sometimes it is dirty on the shop floor, but sometimes that can be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So.
So I was a kid. When I was a kid, I grew up making mud pies. I liked getting dirty, so it wasn't an issue for me. So when people are like trying to have that as a negative part of manufacturing and engineering, and I'm like, but that's the fun part. Like I
Absolutely.
like getting dirty and playing with metal and wood. So why can't other people like doing that? So
yeah,
I think we need to stop saying that that's one of the negatives.
No, I
of
agree.
manufacturing.
Yeah, hands dirty, right? We say that for a reason.
Right,
You got to get your
right.
hands dirty, and that's exciting to see that you embrace that. And so, as you, what are you focused on for your PhD?
I am focused on milling stability prediction. So.
You're gonna have to explain that to people.
So.
Because I don't know what
Okay,
that
come on,
means.
trial run.
That's
Let's
okay.
go here.
No, trial
Go.
run. Let's see what we can do.
30 seconds. Let's go.
Yeah. So one of the big things in milling applications is whether you get stable or unstable cutting. So every once in a while out here, you'll hear a little bit of chatter going on. We're trying to get away from those unstable zones. So how can we do that? Dr. Schmitz has looked for a long time at how we can measure those dynamics on a machine tool, but kind of starting to look now on how we can predict that ahead of time without having to do a measurement for every tool.
Predictive. AI?
Not so much AI.
More vibration
some modeling.
analysis
Yep,
and,
absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, so instead of having an operator standing at a machine, turning the knob and turning the spindle speed up and down and trying to find a sweet spot, kind of know where that is ahead of time.
So you're going to automate the finding the sweet spot of vibration.
Some of that's already been done.
Yeah.
Do a lot of that through measurement right now.
Yep.
Kind of working on predicting that through some modeling efforts instead of so many measurement efforts.
Wow. And that can impact the design itself.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so many factors in the production process. Sounds like it could be a good little business for someone to be a billionaire.
See where things go.
Uh-oh, I think we're
So
seeing
do you
someone.
plan on staying in the whole research and development portion of things?
I
or
do.
after
I plan on staying at Oak Ridge for a while. I really like what I do. It's like engineering Disneyland. We get to see new machine tools come in and out all the time, from the additive space all the way through the subtractive space. We're kind of at the forefront, right? What else could I ask for?
Right.
So for what you can, you're exposed to a lot, and there's things you can talk about and not talk about, but ultimately, like, what excites you? Like, where do you see the future stories of where we're going with subtractive, or all of these kind of now hybrid combinations of processes and analytics? Like, what's exciting to you, and what do you, if we're at IMTS 2024, what's one of those things that you would predict to be here?
Yeah, I think hybrid is really taking off right now in kind of a more useful fashion, right? We started with additive and people were making kind of trinkets, and now we're starting to make parts that are real parts. Those parts do require subtractive processes though, so I think we are trying to understand a little bit more that hybrid is kind of where things are going. Yeah, I can have geometries that I couldn't get in a traditional method, but I am still having functional parts now by combining kind of what's old and new.
That sounds exciting. One of our influencers is Fabian Alefeld with EOS. I don't know if you know him, but he's definitely the best dressed man in all of our influencer team, and wonderful person.
And he's got great hair.
Fantastic hair. We may have his hair here, as we do. This
mean, it's
is
so
Fabian
embarrassed if he
Alefeld.
sees it.
Everybody, look at this wonderful hair. Jelly. Okay, so, but what he talked about was that additive was such a small part, like 1%, or it was crazy of the total amount of manufacturing. You look by process. Where do you see additive coming? Do you have any insights into where you see additive, being in terms of, really the operationalization of it and the implementation of it, where it becomes a bigger part of the net, output of what things are made by what processes?
I I don't know that I can speak too much to
It's a
that
big-
right
that's
now.
a big
It is a big
question.
question. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know
More?
it is it is a little bit still in that kind of prototyping stage, small volume, things like that. From my perspective, at least, I think we're looking at different ways where additive can kind of fill the gap that casting has left behind in certain industries. And at least from my side, that's kind of where it is right now.
Yep. And you're starting to see with relativity space that
yep.
they're growing rockets, and they're starting to really find those larger applications, and that's where it's going to be really interesting. Mega castings for automotive, part reduction and reduction of complexity in manufacturing. What are that kind of the core applications overall, subtractive and additive? If you kind of really think about what are those core impact areas that you're seeing, the new technologies are going to be doing? Is it, there's lightweighting, there's, are there any specific areas you see that there's just the net impact areas where you're just going to see technologies in the next 2 years really shine?
Yeah, I think lightweighting is a good point on
Yep.
some of those. I think kind of meeting that lead time issue. I think lead time is kind of the buzz phrase for IMTS this year, as far as what I've heard coming through our booth. I think you see applications in the automotive space, in the space. But yeah, I think kind of filling all of those gaps right now. That lead time is kind of one of the big ones.
Yeah, that time is money.
Yeah, absolutely.
So in terms of the lead time, what is a good average for additive manufacturing? Because I know that it can take longer for other processes depending on the part, but sometimes it's selected over other processes because it's just more cost efficient and it doesn't really matter the time that it takes. So what is a good lead time?
No, I think that's a really good point, and I think it depends a lot on part complexity and what that part looks like. Sometimes it is still easier to start with a block of material and machine
Cut
it.
it, yeah.
We need to not get away from that too much. Sometimes we get parts that people want to make via additive and they just really don't need to be. So kind of leveraging it for what it's useful for and leaving it the traditional way for what it's not so useful for.
I wish Mitch Free was here. He's one of the co-founders of Fast Radius. He's CNC machining, and he always talks about, well, one, with additive, there's no tax for complexity, theoretically, and that, and he always said that if the part can be machined, it probably should for so many applications.
Yeah,
so to
absolutely.
your point, so we're just in such a great world, and we have a lot of opportunity for discovery. So just as we wrap up here, what excites you most about the future as you look forward?
I think there's a lot of space for new technology going forward. I will be interested to see how we do make parts kind of moving forward and what this, I guess, kind of culminates in, how we find that middle ground between additive and subtractive a little bit more, kind of have a more cohesive environment.
That sounds exciting.
And she's right there, and she's going to probably see it firsthand before any of us do.
And you know
so
what?
I'm a little jazzed about that.
Yeah, I'm a little jazzed that next time we meet, and I hope to see you again here at IMTS.
Maybe she can tell us a little Yoda secret. I don't know.
That
Maybe something will come to public.
little Yoda secret.
Do you like how
You're going to say, hey, that was happening when we met last time, but you'll have your PhD.
I sure hope so.
That's awesome.
And so why don't we make a point, if we see each other here, we'll celebrate your PhD.
Absolutely.
Okay.
love
Well, on
that.
that note, thank you so much for joining us,
I really
Emma.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Emma.
This is it, the penultimate interview. So we want to thank everybody for tuning in and watching the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. We are all creators is the hashtag, so just share your journey, your thoughts, joining us here this week. We've been so happy to join you. Meaghan, any words to wrap up this session?
No, it was just fun, and make sure you keep watching the channel because it's going to, lead us up into 2024. So just because the show is over doesn't mean the work is done. We need to keep coming together, collaborating, and making sure that we start closing the skills gap. So don't go anywhere, though, because we have one final segment.
One more to go.
It's all of us left over coming together for one last time.
See you soon.
Appreciate it.
Awesome.
Thank you.
What's up, everybody? So it's the last day of IMTS 2022, and let me tell you something. It's been one crazy ride, one fantastic week. We had so many wonderful influencers in the Creators Lounge here in 338-600. We had so many great demonstrations of the wonderful technology that's out here. And now we got one last final segment for you all to talk about our most memorable moments. And whose idea was this? What is this? What is this? So we want to thank everyone who joined us for this long ride. We laughed together. There were some tears that we shed. We ate too much. Some of us drank too much. And we lost sleep. And our feet hurt really bad. But we did it. We're at the end. So come on, join us in the Creators Lounge for one final time and hear what we love the best. Come on. Woo! Hi, James. Hi, Charli. Hey. How are y'all doing?
Come on in.
Are you excited? This is the last influencer insights. What are you looking forward to when you are done here? What's the first thing you're gonna do?
Oh wow. Well, I want to say go Cubs. Can I say go Cubs?
You can say go Cubs.
Absolutely playing today. So go Cubs,
go
everybody.
Cubbies!
Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna get a tall glass of wine when I get home. I'm gonna hug my babies. Thank you.
Yes, you do deserve it. That's right.
You do deserve it.
You deserve it too.
Bring the house down.
Yes.
Wow.
I'm gonna get a tall glass of wine. I'm gonna hug my babies because I haven't seen them in a week. So they're missing me. They asked if I was coming home or if I didn't love them anymore, and I said I love you. They're like, where have you been?
Oh my gosh.
Well, don't look at me. I'm not going to be home until Tuesday, so mine are still going to be a little mad at me. But I'll do some FaceTiming with them for sure.
Oh my goodness. I think this is just the theme. So many folks have given so much time to be here at IMTS and in the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. And as we wrap up this session, I just have nothing but just gratitude and for everything that's happened this week.
Well, I think you have to really, I mean, you see it in a different light. You have put this together. It was like a brainchild of yours that you brought in a team to help you with, right? So what can you say about your team? There's so many people here that I just met for the first time, but you brought us all together.
Well, it was something that started last year, and people don't work for anyone. They or a business. They work for their families, their passions, those who they love, and the causes that are close to their heart. And that's part of our Work for Life manifesto. And as we've been here and seen all these people here working for their families, it's just been wonderful. And this short time that we've spent together on this production on the floor, arriving Saturday, it's been the formation of what I see as a new family. And with that said, I don't think we could do any better than to bring the family into this room so that we can really get to know them a little bit as we wrap up.
Absolutely.
And share our manufacturing story here in the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge.
That's right. Come on in.
So we want to invite the crew. Come on in, y'all. Come the crew. We want to bring in the team.
I have so many questions to ask you.
Oh my goodness.
I want to know. I want to know the tea, as they say. I want to know the tea.
And we also, you saw some big heads in here before we started, but I just want to thank Fabian Alefeld with EOS, the Additive Snack Podcast, Mitch Free. He's the host of season 2 of Tooling Up. He's in here, and he's actually had to go out there and fly out to serve a client. And Scott MacKenzie, Industrial Talk podcast and show. You probably saw him and Susie here this whole week. Wade Anderson, Shop Matters, the Okuma branded podcast. We've had some fantastic influencers and so many great creators, and we miss you. But we also want to give a special thanks to the hostess with the mostest, the mistress of mischief. Mary Hines. I mean,
she was fantastic.
What a special, delightful.
She brought the energy
human.
every single
We
time.
love her to death.
I hope I did you proud today, Mary.
I can feel her. Hold on. Wait. Yes.
Yes,
she said yes. You did.
I feel the vibes. And she says like some serious philosophy all week.
She did. She had some great quotes.
What? And just a little bit about Mary. Mary is someone who, wears her heart on her sleeve, and she's just brought something very special about what Mary brought. And I encourage anyone who's been here along the journey, or as you look at IMTS Plus, this content is at least a year's worth of content will be out there for everyone to see, and you're going to get a chance to meet everyone who's come into this room, whether it's a creator, it's a podcaster, it's someone in manufacturing, and we really encourage you to get to know these folks because they all have great stories to tell. And Mary in particular brought this innocence. We very specifically wanted someone who was funny, entertaining, improv.
Yeah,
Second
she brought
City.
the arts, right?
And she brought that innocence where let's own the fact that she was not initiated to manufacturing, but she discovered more fully her manufacturing story in her family, and her father's an engineer. So that's what it's all about. And so I want to start welcoming the crew. Noah, if you can get out here.
He's behind
and
you.
Austin.
He's stuck in.
Oh,
He's stuck
Austin,
in.
where's Austin? Noah, gosh, you're a ninja.
Yeah.
And so just
yeah.
kudos to Noah with corporate streams. You've got Justin and Austin's probably like holding up the fort. Industrial Studios in the house. We've got Jason here, and we've
Here he
got
comes,
Jesco with Industrial. All
He
part of
has
the Industrial
arrived.
Strength Marketing team.
We're pulling the goalie right now.
Oh my goodness.
We
yeah.
hope this is still recording. We think so.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I think nothing goes wrong in the back.
So
Yeah. Hey,
so
everybody.
everyone has had enough of us. What do you think, Charlie?
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's pass
I
the
think
mic,
so.
right?
Again, enough of us.
So can I ask a question for them?
Sure.
please?
Yeah. No. Don't. I'm just.
So
I'm
I
just-
want to know your favorites and your least favorites of this whole experience, because IMTS is a really big show, and I've worked with people in video before, and the back end stuff that they do is incredible, and I know there's stressful moments, and the video crews that I used to work for, they would always go drinking afterwards, and rightfully so. So I just want to know what your best and least favorite moments were.
Oh man, how much time do we have? No, my favorite moments are the magical times where you guys sparked that conversation and you just fed off of each other, and you could just tell that there was a moment happening there, or like a connection point where people could just have that conversation. We created that space, right, that people could come in here and have that intimate moment, and also just be relatable and connectable, not just to this industry, but to people outside of this industry, and the people that you guys bring in, and the conversation that you guys had. You were fire starters, and that was exciting to see and be a part of, but also just to help facilitate. And it's been such a fun partnership. Even though yes, there's been long hours and lots of moving parts, we've just really thoroughly enjoyed the experience the whole time. So.
Goodness, I'm gonna start getting.
I agree. Coming in, I could just feel the energy flowing through. And I love that we were able to capture those moments where, we can see where the inspiration comes from. And that got me excited about, jumping in on the project. Like Noah said, with the long hours and everything like that, it made it worth it. And I just had a blast every day.
So, came together, long hours, make it happen.
And we made it happen.
Oh, that's fantastic. And
What did you think?
I did want to go back.
Oh yeah.
Couple of things for me was I got to roam the floor and actually see more of the actual stuff going on out there, and just seeing the excitement that people had was amazing. And what we're doing here, and the interactions that they were having with Mary, our host, and just the positivity about the whole process of what we're doing. It was really cool to get to see. Awesome. And then you were wanting a negative, and I mean, there's just always going to be stressful times whenever you put on a production like this. And I think that the whole team here is really just kind of stuck together and pushed through every single one of those, which was pretty amazing. So
I think we all gelled pretty fast. And,
yeah.
I think that was one of my favorite parts about it.
So.
I gotta say my favorite. I wasn't gonna say anything. I'm not a huge camera person.
I don't know if that one's on.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's on.
I'm not a huge on-camera personality, but I do want to say that my absolute favorite part of this whole conference has been all the amazing people all of our influencers, our team. I mean, coming together and putting on this production has just been, and oh my gosh, the AMT team.
Yes.
I
Oh
love
my goodness.
everyone on that team. So
Oh.
that's my big positive. So thank you guys. Thank you all.
Jessica. Thanks, Jessica.
Favorite part?
Sorry, I was running, so repeat the question one more time for
Austin?
me.
Favorite, not so favorite part of this whole entire week.
Okay.
Running
Says
back
the
and
runner.
forth.
It has been a lot of running, but it's been good for my cardio. My favorite thing about this week has been I haven't heard about these stories that these manufacturers and fabricators have. And for me to see the human element behind this and for me to be a part of the team to bring the human element to the foreground has been incredibly fulfilling for me. Because you don't get to see these faces. And I got to see these faces. I got to be a part of the crew that did that, and it means a lot to me. The thing that I don't like as much is that I wish I had Justin's job, because I haven't seen that much of the convention. I've been holed up here, and the people that come through is my exposure to the entire convention, which has been incredible because we've had such a wide breadth of people coming by. But I do wish, I'm very envious that you got to go and see it all in person.
I'm very glad that I was the person that got that. Nothing against you. I just had a great time. So
We did have to carry the pack, you know.
I live vicariously through your experience.
I did want to mention our fearless leader who got sick.
Jim.
James, you want to tell a story about this wonderful man here?
Well, I think you tell the story better. But so Jim has been working Jim Olin, the fearless leader, VP of creative and production and all things magical, branded entertainment and storytelling. Jim Olin. He got, after almost 2 months of hard work, sleepless nights, this production, rainwater falling down through the ceiling as we were setting up this exhibit, going into the fans, all of that craziness, made it all the way up to last night's dinner, and he had a tap out. He had strep throat, tested negative, but it was like, hey, the team's got it. And But Noah, there's we heard some interesting things. Like, it's really not Jim Olin, right? So what? So
yeah, we're gonna miss that Sweet Pants. You know, that's
So
the nickname that stuck with him.
Yeah. So Sweet Pants, if you are watching the live stream, we want to let you know that we miss you, we appreciate you, and this would have not been the production that this would have been without you. It was well beyond any vision. I thought we'd be in front of a TV screen with a podcasting table, visiting people, and look at what we produced. But what's interesting about the Sweet Pants in that Jim Sweet Pants Olin is all about was that, what was it? He was at a bar.
Yeah. Okay, so Jim, forgive me if I messed up your story. So he was at a bar. He parked. Yeah. He parked incorrectly, and a cop came by, and so someone was like, "Hey, you're getting a ticket." So he sprints out the door, catches everybody's attention. He goes out there, and he's like trying to talk himself out of that, and the cop goes, "Sit down, Sweet Pants," and the name just stuck. So
I'm really
it's
disappointed
a Chicago
I
name.
didn't know that
Yeah.
ahead of time.
So
because I would have definitely
Yeah.
been saying, "What's up, Sweet Pants?"
Yeah, I know. So when he says Sweet Pants to people, people can get really offended. You're not going to say that, but he is the Sweet Pants according to the Chicago Police Department.
Awesome.
So as we I guess wrap up, right? The whole question that the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge has been about is, what's your manufacturing story? And Charli, what's
Yes.
been your manufacturing story here?
My manufacturing story is to tell other people's story, right? To go around, get them excited about what they do. So I think that we all do this, right? We think our job is really not that cool. It's not that important. It's just what we do. But to be able to go around and say, "You're amazing. Can you tell me about what you do?" Right? Or tell me about what you do, and then you're amazing, right? It has really been fun. It's really been eye-opening. But my story really is just being able to hear those things, hear them from children to parents to grandparents. That, I mean, I've heard it all, just how exciting they are to be in manufacturing, and what is it going to be, in a couple years, what's that going to look like? Next time we're back at IMTS, what is that going to feel like? What did we miss, or what are we going to gain in that time? And I'm just excited to be able to tell those stories and share those stories. So not about me, not about us, but about everyone together. And I think we're kind of doing that, right, as a team. We're showcasing it. I'm filled with role models. And Jessica, I know you said you weren't much on camera, but I have to give you a shout out, because before we got here until now, like the pre-work that you helped me with, I'm not that process detail person most of the time. She just, I'd ping her. And I think it's because I looked up to you, and then I see you here, and you are just, doing so many different things behind the scenes. And I got to watch you, and I'm like, wow, we can really do a lot of things. And so I just want to thank you for being that role model for us. And I hope that other people had that same experience, right, of watching people and seeing themselves in other people while they've been here. So that's it.
Yes. Meaghan, what's been your manufacturing story here this week?
Here this week, I think, is the kids. It's part of my manufacturing story. So I was not expecting to meet Sailor, who's that 10-year-old girl I met in East Hall. Was not expecting to meet her. Was not expecting her to, I invited her to the main stage for the panel discussion. Didn't know if she would actually show up. So when she did, that just warmed my heart, because it shows how we interact with the youth is really going to make a difference on whether or not they're going to come into this sector and pursue career pathways. And I just see so many manufacturers missing the mark in terms of actually interacting with the next generation. You need to talk to them. You need to ask them questions. You need to engage with them and have conversations and be interested in what their passions are, because the more we nurture that curiosity, the better chance we have of them actually pursuing their passions. So we have to be that light of hope for them. We have to be those mentors and those influencers and role models for them. And we can't do that if we're not directly talking to them. So if you see a kid walking around on the trade show floor, it doesn't matter how old they are, smile at them, wave at them, say, hey, how's it going? Hey, do you want to check this out? Hey, do you want this swag? Talk to them first before you talk to the adult that's with them. Get on their level, kneel down. That's what I did with Sailor, and she's going to remember that for the rest of her life. We had 4 girls come by the booth. Just us paying attention to them and noticing their existence made them feel special, and they came back because they really wanted information about how to be connected. So if you're ignoring those kids, you're ignoring your future workforce, and you're going to be in trouble.
Wow. That has been, that one aspect has been the most rewarding part of this. Is we've had there's a little bear, you can see the glass up, but there's been literally children being lifted up to peek in, and a young gentleman, a future, right?
That's right, literally lifted up, right? To look in here and really state, I'm going to be an engineer. Wow, it was amazing to see that.
And he says, I want to be an engineer. What was he, 5, 6 years old, or 7, maybe a little older, but
definitely not over 7.
Yeah, so that, just to see young people all across the board of all ages coming in here and having a whole new view of manufacturing. And part of the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge is all about telling the stories, and it's really about the people. There's so much opportunity to learn about the technical aspects of what we do, and how manufacturing and how engineering, like I've said it over and over again, creates things that never existed before. But it's really the people that this is all about. And when you look at this team of diverse people, we decided right off the bat that we want, when you can create something, when you start something from scratch, an AMT, to their credit, creating the IMTS Plus, you get to decide what its values, what the mission is, what are the values, what do you want to see reflected now, as well as what we aspire to be. And in building industrial studios, with Jim and Jason and the team, the whole goal right off the bat is, let's build something that speaks to who we are and who we aspire to be, And that's why, I reached out, I think Charli to you first, Meaghan next, and then Fabian, because we wanted a fantastic German accent and hair. And then Mitch, who represents, so much. He's such an innovator, and Wade, stalwart in machining, and all the great characters and personalities, and Scott, and it's just been fantastic, and that's what it's all about. And so when you guys think about this 2 years from now, the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge, what's happening in terms of all of these manufacturing creators and storytellers, like
well, I've already seen it.
What,
I've already
what
seen
you,
it while
what does
we're
it
here.
look like in the future?
Yeah,
right?
so it's people waiting, like looking in and saying, I want to tell my story. Did you know about this? And this is what I do, and so I think we've already gotten people excited about it today. So fast forward, we're going to have, maybe have a compact run of show, maybe pre-planning. Jessica, I know will appreciate the pre-planning on getting interviews in.
It will start before 60 days next time. Wow,
yes.
Trust me.
But that's it. It's going to be, and we need that. We need people to be telling their stories, sharing their stories with all of us. So we'll be ready, won't we? Avenger team.
Meaghan, what do you think? Like, what will IMTS look like on the floor in terms of storytellers, creators, heck, even the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge?
I'm hoping and I'm always going to go back to this, I'm hoping we focus more on some of the Smart Force Summit and get more kids involved with this, because there are future creators. I'd also like to see, I know Mary did some of this on the trade show floor, but maybe while talking to some of the booth members, have that part as one of the show where they're actually showcasing like what technology they're bringing in. I know Mitch brought up this new CNC machine that he brought where the spindle comes from the bottom. Like that would have been really cool to show on camera, and as you're showing it, hear the story behind that innovation and why he thought of that design and what the value is that design brings to their customers. So getting more of that I would like to see in 2024, but definitely getting more kids involved and excited and ask what they like creating and how it applies to what modern day manufacturing is.
I know, absolutely. No, I know you're just geeking out knowing technically, like how we talked about doing that, like, getting some streaming from the cloud and being able to capture B-roll. Like, so like what would, from a production standpoint, and as a creator, what do you think, that how that story could be told 2 years from now?
I love that. And having the touch point on the floor and having the creator or the person we know well take us on that journey and experience that is going to be huge. From a technical perspective, we're going to be in the future adding more connectivity from the floor. So we'll have what's called a bonded cellular device. So it'll take multiple SIM cards and turn it into a single internet source. And then we can take that back to our base camp, right? What we're doing here. And so we could pitch it to a group on the field, right? A field reporter. They can go out and do their thing. Or if we had two teams doing that, we could bounce back and forth. So instead of just having the content from this one base camp or this spot, we can send it out to different groups and have multiple elements, kind of like what Mary was doing, but at the next level, right?
Yeah.
And integrating more tech. And what
Four Marys? That would be magic.
What it comes down to for me is just making sure the tech fits the need. And it sounds like that would be a good fit, is having that cellular connection or that bonded connection on the floor so that we can have in real time both the booths around the booths on the ground and then high quality interviews from the space camp area.
So I could just I could hear a Maryism like we will have like a cellular connection of love, So Jason, so what do you think? Like if you look at like how are we going to be telling stories from an editor's point of view, and literally thousands of layers of editing, and how many unique sets of content pieces did you create? Hundreds and hundreds?
Yeah, it was over 150 pieces of content that's just going in loops and opens and everything like that. And I think, look forward to creating more high energy, graphics that can speak to all the great things that everybody is doing here. So I think that it's just sky's the limit for that, and having everyone, contributing ideas of like, hey, it'd be great if we did this and it'd be great if we did that and try that, like, staying open-minded to what that could look like. I think 2024 could be
absolutely
amazing.
So like you guys are the creators too, so I'm thinking of it also on the floor. I think it's going to be a completely different game I would not be surprised to see so many more of these brands being their own publishers, having their own studios, launching their own podcasts. I think this place will be slammed.
I won't be surprised, honestly, if we don't see something like this in like more spots in 2 years.
Organically, I think it's going to happen. And what that does is, you got to make your way of doing things or doing business or living your life obsolete before generational technology, market forces or the competition does. And so for me, as I think ahead to 2022, like, how are you as a creator and doing your shows? And like, it's going to be a totally different game. And it's scary, but it's so cool, because it's just, I hope it's not just like this. I hope it's even better.
There's something about that. You've inspired everybody to get started, even if they're not sharing their story as of today. They want to share it in the future. But there will always be a new company, a new story to tell. And so we don't have to worry about, running out of these stories or running out of companies that we can work with. We have inspired them to start. And so I think it's going to be wonderful to see. The amount of energy that I've already seen and people creating stories just by walking up here saying, I want to in on that. So you're going to see them get behind the technology. We're going to need some help, right? And we can be there and support them in that.
Yep. So as we kind of wrap up our thinking in this session, and I honestly don't want it to end. We won't make it run on for you in the audience. But as you really think about leaving now and us going back home to our babies and families, which is awesome, what is the one resolution, in one word? And this is from Mary, little thing we like to do. What is, in one word, the one or one short phrase resolution that you have coming out of here?
Influence.
Collaboration.
You stole my word. Well, let's collaborate on that. No. Oh, man. Yeah, that's a good one. I'll stick with that.
2 for collaboration.
Inspiration.
Strong bonds.
And because we're at IMTS, innovation.
Ooh. Bringing it.
For me, my father used to say, there's a whole lot of love in this family. And my resolution is love. This has been a labor of love. It has been nothing but an honor and a privilege to be here with you and all of these great people that we've met along this journey. And I'll tell you, as we look at the body of work, that we have in our lives, and next year will be the 20th anniversary of Industrial Strength Marketing Family of Brands. I'm going to put this right up there as one of the best things I've ever done, and it's not me that I've had the privilege of doing with the industrial team that has come here to support us, the families that have made way for us, and our loved ones that have made way for us, and for the patient wives, Mary, Jim had an anniversary that he, I know business and life is sacrifices. So we honor and celebrate everyone, the power and potential of men, women, people from all walks of life, to change the world for the better. So for you in the audience, we hope you just heard, like I end my show on the Industrial Strength Marketing Show, I hope you just heard one thing that inspires you to better those who design, make the move, the world, including yourselves. So thanks everyone. Thanks AMT. Thanks Charli. Thanks Meaghan. Thanks crew at Industrial Studios, Corporate Streams, all the great creators. Who am I missing? Mary,
Steve,
Jim,
Fabian,
Mitch, Scott. Oh my gosh.
Susie.
And Susie, yes, right. Yeah, the rock around Industrial Talk. But thank you for watching us. We really hope to see you. Follow everyone here. Everyone needs the follows. Follow all the creators, because if we do that, we can create a community, and we can elevate each other, and we can keep this conversation going. We will see you very soon, sooner than you think, in the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge.
Bye,
See you
everyone.
soon. Bye.
Let's go boom. Let's go boom. Let's go boom. Boom. Let's go boom. Let's go boom.